Good morning, colleagues. We're just waiting for everyone to kind of come in. I'm told that online we already have. It could be it's mine. Oh, no, it's not critical that I connect. In my case. For those who are not here yesterday, my name is Stanley Ndagumba. I'm from the University of Pretoria. I have been tasked to co-facilitate or be a program director with the DG on this important policy dialogue on data for gender equality. So this is our second day. We had a very good session yesterday, engaging, excellent presentations. So we are at that time of the day where we just want to make sure we can connect what happened yesterday to what will proceed today through a recap. So I've put two questions on the wall, but initially thought that we'll do group discussions on Zoom, but we realized that might interfere with the kind of recording that's going to be done, especially for other online platforms like YouTube and so on. So I will just ask people to talk then from the floor, but for those in the room, we will just make sure that everyone who was here yesterday does say something about what stood out for you from yesterday's session and what's your recommended policy action on data for gender equality. What stood out? That's the highlight, your recommendation. Just those two points. Online, we will take hands and also we encourage voice. But if you prefer to write on the chat box, we'll do as we're doing yesterday as well. So you also have liberty to write your questions as the speakers are presenting, so that we can collate those and read them out and get responses for where there are responses that could be given. So I hope that is clear. And again, welcome to all who managed to make it for this day too. We appreciate your presence here. So here we go. You can talk to both questions because they are not mutually exclusive, although they are fairly distinct. A highlight and a recommendation. Any hands from the floor before we then say we go according to the seats? Where is the microphone for those in the room? Any bold woman or gentleman who wants to break the ice on the recap of yesterday? So on what stood out, don't say Stanley Ndagum because I stood out for the long time ago.
Good morning, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues, and online and physically. My name is Dineo Mako from the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. I think for me, what stood out yesterday was that although there are known challenges about data, there are also data that is available was really actually highlighted yesterday that many of us, maybe not say many, but I think I was not really aware of. I actually was jokingly yesterday saying that because we're talking about gender equality, which is coming from issues of gender inequality, the presentation on nutrition, one of the issues that it was highlighting was that we also have even issues of obesity and overweight. I was just thinking that over and above dealing with issues of gender inequalities, there's also issues of obesities that we now need to look into. But what that presentation was highlighting broadly was that there is a number of data that's available, that probably the issue is dissemination and access to data. And this policy dialogue highlighted that platforms like this assist in making sure that the level of awareness and availability or access to data can be elevated. And one other point was point of partnerships, the importance of partnerships and partnering with other institutions, and in particular because there's challenges of availability of resources to generate or collect data. And there's pockets of success stories that came through yesterday in terms of the generation and the collection of data as presentations were made. For me, a policy probably consideration, and I'm not sure whether it is at a high level, but perhaps a policy brief that on the intersectionality of data by all institutions. Because I think departments such as DWIP or Department of Women is not the generator of data, but they are the users. So for those that utilize data, it will be very key that it's really internalize the intersection and disaggregation of data. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. All right, do me a favor. Oh, there are these bold gentlemen here.
Thanks a lot. Good morning. My name is Tibora Umkwebo. I think for me, what stood out was the issue of there was indication from various presenters who indicated that there is pockets of work that gets to be done, but also the issue of civil society organizations on the ground to say that they are providing data or they are generating data, but such data don't, get to be utilized at certain platforms. So it was the whole issue of standardization of indicators, so that those that are developing or generating data should use common indicators in such a way that we could be able to utilize such data. But also the statistics, South Africa, which is the custodian of the statistics, they need to play a key role, more especially when it comes to issues of verifying such data in such a way that we could be able to utilize, the data. That is what stood out for me, to say the need for standardization, but also the role that Statistics South Africa needs to play. Thank you.
Okay, Program Director, colleagues, good morning. I'm Pumlani Tembe from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. So I think for me, what stood out rather, was I think still around the issues of access. I think I've always asked myself, at what point are we going to have a centralized repository to have or store this data pertaining to, gender equality? I think for me, I think as the others input made earlier on to say, there seems institutions, so Stats SA would keep their information, various departments keep their information, but at what point are we going to come up with a centralized space whereby whoever, and even if I'm sitting in my own space, that I can just go to this central repository, retrieve whatever data that I think may be useful to me. I think that's the first point. Two, the issue of the capabilities as well and skills, and also the softwares in terms of analyzing data. I think it's something that we also need to strengthen in that regard. I think they sort of interlinked at this point in terms of access, but also having softwares and the capabilities to be able to use the data. Because what's the point of having that data and then we're not able to use or make meaningful sense out of it? And I think in terms of the policy position as well, I think we really need to ensure that it does not become a one person's job. It must be a matter of each organization being accountable and being forced to ensure that the data is made publicly available rather than having for it to be still residing in the relevant organization, because then again it inhibits the availability and accessibility of the data. I think those are the few points that I could capture. Thank you so much.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Motrau Baldwin from Department of Higher Education and Training. What stood out for me yesterday is that we need to ensure that we leverage data effectively so that organizations in public sector together with the private sector can use that information to identify and address the issue of data gaps, because every presenter mentioned the issue of gender data gaps, whereby by leveraging the information we'll be ensuring that we address those gender gaps. And again, what stood for me is that we need to ensure that we have a data which is of quality, so that as we know that data informs the decision making. That's my take of yesterday. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Lebo from Gauteng Department of Health. Actually, what stood out for me yesterday is that we actually saw that data is being used for action. For example, from the presentation from Stats SA, whereby they showed us that women in the government, we have 24.4% of women who are occupying top senior management position, and then also the issue is that we saw that we still have systems which are not speaking to we still have systems which are not speaking to one another, So there are a lot of parallel systems that the departments have. So we need to have systems which are able to be interoperable. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. It is Paula Makaptlani from the DTIC. What stood out for me yesterday was the need for for having for the capturing of disaggregated data, not only by sector but by regional. By location and all the area and all the other areas, and then besides that, you know, it's like access to data informs policy directives. Directives in which manner government has also put into place gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation framework. And for that framework to be effective, we are going to need to have that disaggregated data to be able to inform policy directive to the key. And then what was quite touching for me, you know, is like the presentation what was made on the issues of health. I was quite like saddened by the fact that issues of nutrition are so dire that at times you look at people, I want to be very, very careful on the language that I'm going to use now, who look well fed on the outside, you know, they've got the body, and then you think that they're actually nutritious, but only to find out that the consumption of food that they are eating, like the carbohydrates, the pap, and all those things are not healthy, and that results in the heavy body structure, and that was quite touching. And the other thing that that I picked up is like a distinction to the distinction that was made in when that presentation, to say that many households that are male headed seems to be doing very well to provide for their families rather than female headed families. And then I was actually saddened by the fact that most households that are female headed do not have access to the solar panel channel. I mean, solar panels as compared to the male male headed household. And then the fact that you know, the population of the country consists mainly of females, and to, you know, the realization that we are mostly that females, women are the ones that are not actively participating in the mainstream economy. That is quite concerning. I thank you.
Program director. We also have some hands on the virtual platform. I'm not sure if you can maybe also afford them an opportunity. Yeah, so maybe we can take Mr. Suleiman Henry and followed by Dr. Benis. I think those are the two hands that I can see from my end. Thanks.
Thank you so much to the online host and program director. Good morning, colleagues and everyone present. My input is short on what stood out. I think there was really, I was quite inspired by all the presentations that took place yesterday. I did, however, find that we made a lot of assumptions on some of the data that was presented. And I think, especially when statistical data is presented, there needs to be a follow-up or an interrogation of the data presented, so that we don't end up making assumptions on behalf of people. It might be that in making those assumptions, we remove people's agency to, whether it be choosing to live a certain place or whether choosing to work, to study, all those type of things. So I think it's really important for us to interrogate some of the assumptions that we some of the statistics that we present. And then there are so many variables that impact um there are so many variables that impact the way we see things. And I think there might be a need to standardize and consolidate some of the indicators. There are institutions out there doing some wonderful research. However, this research is in small pockets. And maybe this is my policy consideration as well. Um, that we think towards or move towards standardization of certain indicators, and I hope this can be guided by the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, so that we are able to take um, our data collection and our research to scale. Thank you.
It was Dr. Benis. I'm not sure if she still has the input.
Yes, yes, I still have the input. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Bernice Hlahala. I'm in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, responsible for youth development. Yesterday, what actually stood for me, let me start off with a comment which was made by the ambassador regarding he actually commented that when he was working in Somalia, I think, if I recall well, that, data wasn't available. And one of the politicians, I think they said that they should actually double the population numbers. That for me is very critical because it actually tells us of the extent to which data, it is important to ensure that we have got data that is of integrity, because it implies that data can actually be manipulated. And then there was also a presentation by DPSA where they highlighted that females as well as young people in senior management position, the statistics show that they are actually low. But and then the other corresponding data was actually presented on food security, which actually shows that households that are headed by females, they are actually food secure. But then the question for me is, we have that data in place, but then what are we doing in order to actually utilize the available data for planning purposes? Year in, year out, we hear about high unemployment rate amongst women as well as amongst young people. But then when we go into planning as government, it's like we just plan in contrast with available data. So I think that is actually a concern for me. Even for DPSA, they are leading the public service, yet there is no succession planning in terms of ensuring that we deliberately recruit and retain young people, as well as female leaders in government. So those are some of the issues that actually stood for me, that it doesn't actually help to just have data that is not utilized. And then finally is the issue of stratification of data in terms of various dimensions, like age, race, ethnicity, geographic location. But then most importantly, we need to also venture into areas that we are not familiar with, like for an example, the DM mentioned the issue of sexual orientation, that we need to actually address their issues as well. So I think we need to actually make sure that we pay attention. I think those are the things that actually stood out for me. Thank you.
Program Director, I think the appetite is growing. There's two more hands, but I also would like to read through the comments. So maybe we can just allow the two hands, and I'll also read the comments. Thanks. Lisa, followed.
Session.
Okay.
I'll be the rapporteur.
All right, thanks, Program Director. So Lisa, please come through, followed by Vuyiswa. Then I will take the comments. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Things that stood out for me, I'm from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. The things that stood out for me yesterday, the first thing was that this dialogue is happening is itself such an exciting indication that there's recognition and commitment for the need for good data, for gender equality. Another thing was just that there's such an urgent need for really good data, better data on gender-based violence in South Africa. I'm really excited for when the HSRC survey comes out, but also thinking about ways that SAPS can be supported to collect and work with data in a way that better informs policy. The third thing was that I think that there is a need for a better and clearer and more consistent understanding of the sex versus gender difference, so that there's consistency across how we're talking about data, how we're collecting it, how we're reporting it, and how we're using it. Also, some of the presentations yesterday really highlighted for me the importance and value of qualitative data in combination with the great quantitative data that we heard about yesterday, and providing a more complete, more nuanced picture of the phenomenon that we're discussing. And I was really excited by all the talk of using intersectionality as a lens to understand the data and to inform policy. And also about the discussion of partnerships that include community-based organizations. That was also really, really exciting. So thanks again for the opportunity.
Line data and indicators with the framework for implementation purposes to address challenges identified. Then he says CSOS is a public entity reporting to the Department of Human Settlements. We also have an input by Caroline from the Caroline Tema Foundation. It is in the Limpopo province. So what stood out for me yesterday is the presentation that highlighted the importance of data collection. As civil society organization, we will continue to champion and make sure that the collection of data is very key. We appreciate this platform, and we are looking forward to get an opportunity to capacity for capacity building program on data collection. Thank you. We also have Vuyiswa. I think Vuyiswa had a challenge in terms of coming through, but she then posted her input on the chat. What stood out for me was the huge data that is available for gender, however, in different pockets. We also have an input by Jazile. This highlighted the need to work together in information sharing sessions using the available resources for the betterment of the country. Individualism is not helping. So I think those are the comments that I can see. But maybe through you, a program director, I see now another hand from Honte. Yeah, Honte, please come through.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Khuntsum Down from the CG. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there today due to challenges this side, but I was there yesterday physically. What stood out for me basically is the entire conversation around data there. I mean, it was quite interesting to learn how many sources are available in terms of where data should be. And also what I think should be done and what lingered in my mind since yesterday was it came up from one of the questions that was asked by Dr. Priscilla in the panel discussion when she was asking where should we start? That was the bone of contestation. Where should we start when you speak about this collaboration, when you speak about this data that is required and whatsoever? And what lingered in my mind was legislation. I just couldn't stop thinking about legislation as the basis of where we're coming from, because we know that everything that is legislated it finds expression everywhere. And I think it is quite important that we look into legislation when we want to, as our basis of genesis of bringing data together, how data should be collected, why data should be collected, how data should be stored, where should it be stored. There should be a good legislation that guides those processes and who are the custodians of data within the context of South Africa, and how do we classify data. I mean, if we get to that point, we'll be good, and I think it will ground how data is utilized and what kind of data should exist. And just lastly, as a challenge, I still pose entities like Stats SA. A lot of us depend on the data that is coming there. I pose a challenge to Stats SA to say, you know what, let's break boundaries. We already know which groups exist within this the South African context. Let's see if we cannot plan appropriate for those groups. Let's see if we cannot be inclusive of members of the LGBTQI+. Let's see if we cannot be more inclusive of every vulnerable group that exist, because this type of data could be the data that would assist us in making sure that we come up with solutions to issues such as the gender-based violence that we currently faced up with within the context of South Africa. Thank you so much.
Are you winning?
All right, no, thanks, Fonto. Program director, perhaps in the interest of time, may I propose that maybe participants maybe just just put their inputs on the chat, because I see we are looking at the program, or not unless I will still giving them an opportunity. Should we proceed? Just give them
2 or 3 people.
Okay, all right.
It's a dialogue after all.
Okay, all right, through you. Then I'm not seeing hands. Let me just quickly go back to the chat.
There is one over there. Okay, so for online we are done then.
They are just chat inputs
Okay.
that maybe we can allow the speaker on the floor, then I'll go back to the
All right.
virtual platform.
Colleagues, good morning. My name is Ayanda Dlamini from Department of Water and Sanitation. Unfortunately, yesterday I have to attend the disability machinery extended. I couldn't be here. But With I have an interest, judging by the comments that have been made by my colleagues in terms of data collection, whether we have enough data or not. But with the availability of data that we have, for example, if you listen to quarterly reports of the Department of Police, they normally have hotspots where there is a huge percentage of gender-based violence has taken place. But when you look at with that data being available, but the other department that is supposed to be acting in terms of police visibilities, stations, stuff like that, is still lagging behind. So my question is, what do we do with the availability of data that we have? And also, can this forum or dialogue provide the direction in terms of how are we going to use our little or more data that we have as a country for better use? I thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So that last comment demonstrates the saturation that we had done from the side of the House, because the colleague cannot recap on something that he didn't hear. But we note your very important question. We already have one of our keynote speakers, then they might also address it in their presentation, but we will also pick up on it on our discussion. Can you then read the last few from the online?
I think
no more hands.
All right. The last 3 or 4 rather. So I think it's just a follow-up from Vuyiswa, suggestion of a policy to develop an integrated system to manage and maintain data by using an integrated data framework. We have Tudo. So what stood out for me was the recommendation to combine resources to address inequality and the importance of monitoring and evaluation. That is data collection, check resource allocation, utilization and impact, performance matrix, establish indicators measuring progress towards inequality, regular assessments, which entails evaluation or evaluating the effectiveness and adjusting strategies, and transparency and accountability, which entails ensuring open communication and oversight. Vuyiswa, suggestion will also be to develop a dashboard to manage huge data during the process of collection, cleaning and processing and storage of data-related data. Integrated data framework to manage huge data will be a departure point. And then lastly, Siyasanga. Let me just check if it's the last. Okay, I think the second last rather. So what stood out for me, this is Siyasanga. The possible partnership that the public sector can forge with the private sector and integrate the latter in commitment regarding the collection, storage, and analysis of data in terms of empowerment of geodic communities. This would include looking at legal frameworks that will ensure such integration, standardization of such data, as well as enforcing issues of compliance. We have Christopher Lowe. So what stood out for me is what we have is that we have all the data that is needed, and most of the data could be very helpful to bring about change in our country and GBVF. However, we need an integration of government departments to work as a collective to synchronize data, to redirect the budget to impact gender equality, etc. Then, lastly, Bobby. So during the proceedings yesterday, I noted that there was data about household income, food insecurity, and daunting challenges that face our nation. There's a need for more data, I think that's supposed to be data about health of our children and adolescents, including HIV and nutrition. I look forward to more policy reforms in terms of data collection, disaggregation in this respect. CSOs can play a critical role in data collection. Please make room for civil society forum in your future dialogues. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let me just do a recap of the recap, if that's allowed. Yeah, I noted about 50 comments here, just highlights of keywords. One, on the red part, the things that aren't working, issues of obesity, access, data gaps, parallel data systems, lack of disaggregated data, again, issues of nutrition, a lot of assumptions without making necessary interrogation of the data, silos, lack of data on gender-based violence and femicide, use of terminology confusing, individualism not helping. So that's the flavor on the side of the negative. On what could be done on the way forward, partnerships come on top with civil society, between public sector and private sector. Need for a policy brief. State SA must play its role on data generation and access. Establishment of a centralized data repository, capacitation on digital analytical tools and skills, making data as publicly available as possible, enhance interoperability of systems, use the department to ensure centralization of key indicators and data sets, recruit and retain women, youth, and persons with disability in government to address the transformation targets, so deliberately do that recruitment. Data must be inclusive of LGBTQIA community-related issues. Importance and value of qualitative data acknowledged. The use of the intersectionality lens, very important. Partnership with civil society emphasized. Capacity building on data collection and partnerships for civil society members. A civil society forum within this broader dialogue in future. Establishment of a data integration or integrated data framework and systems. Data resource integration and utilization. Yeah, basically those are the key take-homes, both on the side of recommendations and identifying issues that are concerning for the colleagues. So on that note, I think I wish to thank you for that good reflection, because as I say, this is a dialogue, so it's important that we engage with the issues as they come and be able to highlight areas that kind of really deserve that type of emphasis on our part. So without much ado, I would like to invite Dr. Hesha Dayal to come to the podium to give us the first presentation for the day. In the meantime, the rest of the speakers should also get ready because we do want to give them adequate time, not rush them, but we just want to make sure that you use the 15 minutes that's allocated to you. Otherwise, I will interrupt you, unfortunately. Thank you very much. Over to you, madam. Or are you presenting slides? Okay, please project her slides for her. So you can just, when you come here, they will.
Thank you very much. Program Director, do I still have 20 minutes? That was given, okay. It was very refreshing to hear the feedback from yesterday, and I had attended in and out, so I also think that a lot more challenges were shared than solutions, so hopefully we can pick up from there. Colleagues, I have deliberately put this title to share with you today, Transforming the Data Landscape to Better Inform Gender Equality. So I think from the many vibrant feedback received, some of the highlights for me, and I would hope that we can start exploring solutions into this dialogue. The partnerships part of it was just high on the agenda for me as well, and only partnerships can lead to collective action. So this collaboration is probably key for us in the gender space. I think a lot of the others in terms of the centralized hub, the quality data, the access issues is exactly what we've been grappling with. So why transformation of data? And I'd like to share with you in this next few minutes the insights for change that we have derived from practice-based evidence generation. Now, this is a big word of praxis that researchers have used, but it's really, it's really very deep reflections, deep dives, going back to the drawing board, getting yourself acquainted with what has been happening, and then learning from that. So I'm going to draw a lot from that. And then repositioning data in the value chain of knowledge production. I think this is key for us in the gender space right now, and I hope that the entire presentation will illustrate that. Gender equality remains a core challenge, and we've heard it from the feedback, we heard it yesterday, despite all the current efforts in policies, strategies, plans, projects, including resourcing. I'm not too sure if I can argue that South Africa has a problem with resources. People have talked about coordination issues. But I am going to draw from my current position as in the government co-convener for Pillar 6 of the National Strategic Plan. And Dineo and colleagues, I will assert that GBVF is an outcome of gender inequality. And on that basis, I'm going to share with you what we have done after identifying data gaps. Yes, we can identify data gaps. What happens after that? So 3 deep insights derived from this workplace praxis situation. And I think colleagues who know me, I have been talking about mapping for a long time. And what we have found from map to map to map, and the recent one being on gender-based violence and femicide, and a database and a repository has already been developed around that, that there are more gaps than knowledge that exists in this space. Because why? And this is now with assertion, I can make this with a big team behind this, the scenes, that there is an oversupply of diagnostics. There's an oversupply of what the problems are, and not solutions, alternatives, options, what works, and all of that that we know and we're looking for. That in the gender space, we do have to respect different ways of knowing that defines this space and is not captured well only by scientific methods. Now, I think the case I'm going to make in this entire presentation is for local knowledge generation, and that it's derived from these collaborative networks, and we've seen this and we've heard this from the feedback and partnerships, but remains undocumented or not flowing to national levels. And again, there was a call for civil society to be part of this process, And I am also going to make that similar call. So what we have seen is there's large gaps, having worked through all the databases, and we do feel that we are confident in having worked through all the databases. We have done some deep dives. Now, positioning data in the value chain of knowledge production to inform policy, there's a lot of work to be done in between. So we have been operating, apologies, I'm just checking whether the slides are being transitioned for the online people as well. Okay. We have been operating in this space here, in the evidence space. We've taken curated research reports that have been done and dusted and moved into that space to synthesize. But the gender work has showed us why the gaps exist, and we have to go back to where the data gaps exist. And what we are finding is that it's not enough just to ask for disaggregation. How is that data being collected? Who's collecting it? And this kind of relevance, integration, alignment starts with where the data sources are coming from. And only then does it get transformed through effective management strategies, quality assurance, everybody has been talking about this, into information that can be used. But what does evidence generation in gender equality mean? It means that we need to do collective analysis, and here comes the body of evidence that we are talking about for effective analysis and integration that does not exist. You've seen the gaps. Now, knowledge can only be generated when you have the governance structures around the table and saying, if a minister puts up a aggregate number of the number of deaths, for example, and civil society and people on the ground are saying that's not true. And that's what happened at the policy, the Gender-Based Violence Summit in 2022. That what's going on, this kind of level of local analysis is needed, what's happening, and only then can we really inform policy. So please bear in mind this transformation process that we have been taking forward in this gender-based violence space to illustrate why and how the transformation is needed. So we are shifting in this process of transforming the data landscape for addressing GBVF. What are we shifting? And achieving gender equality, as I have mentioned, is a denominator, it's a subset of this crisis pandemic that we are going through as a country. How are we ensuring inclusivity, transparency, and collaboration? Because it's only then that we will get to reality on the ground and actual change that happens at local levels. We are sourcing relevant types of evidence, of data, because now you can see that our working evidence has shown us that we have to do something about these data gaps. We are checking out on who's contributing to gender equality and ending GBVF, and starting at the local level, so we're bridging between what national plans are saying. Again, we've also interrogated the NSP and found the shopping list of the indicators not aligned to actual sources. Transparency in who is actually producing this knowledge, how it is being used, and why progress is not being achieved. And this collaboration, and you'll see this collaboration going around. So we have been very deliberate in using design principles and co-production as our guiding force. So I don't have the time to go through this, but it's something we had already workshopped earlier in the year, and we gather, and then we focus again, and then we gather. So this design principles has been very effective for us. I am drawing from the National Strategic Plan on GBVF for Pillar 6, and how are we transforming the data landscape? As I mentioned, we are very deliberate in our partnership model because of the local evidence generation. We have been providing knowledge services, so rapid reviews. People have made comments about qualitative and quantitative data separately. There's also mixed methods, and I'm a big fan of, and also a methodology expert on synthesis work, And that's where collective action comes in. We have been operating in these two spaces, but now we are putting very deliberate action on data warehousing. And this speaks to a lot of the call for centralized hub, going to one place, but there's a lot of work behind it, and let me give you some of those starting points. So from interrogating pathways to change, which is a strategic direction, to conceptual building blocks of this data warehousing component, it's the technical component. Let's start with what we have and trying to inform the policy space, because it gets quite overwhelming, if I can put it that way, in terms of legislation, policy spaces. It's a lot. But what we have interrogated is, what are we doing? And identifying theory versus implementation failures through adequate data and evidence. So on the right-hand side here, you'll see along this results chain, implementation failures are when the theory, the diagnostics, we got it right, but there's a failure in transforming inputs into outputs. But the theory failure comes when we're not achieving outcomes and goals. And then we've got something wrong about what is the diagnostics, but also what is causing over and over gender equality. What are the structural issues? Now, the levels of change are very much, you all will know, having worked in this space, that it's at different levels, right? Individual level, project level, program organizational level, policy level, and a population level. And this is what we hope to change from knowledge and beliefs and attitudes. What we're seeing is data remains very much at an individual level. And if you want to measure structural change, then where is the interagency, the institutional context? How are we measuring that and all the agencies that are working or supposed to be working together? We don't have data on that. That's the integration level that's missing as well. And what we're doing is we're trying to inform policy, but we are having individual level data. And in the GBVF space, we are very clear that it's not an individual woman's problem. It is a societal and a community level problem. So I'm going to give you very quick dives into what we are busy doing. So the very early data design workshop that we had conducted and hosted in February of this year, we identified 5 data types. And this is all-inclusive and obviously starting from the GBVF space in scoping a data facility. 1 is scientific data, 2 is spatial data, 3 is administrative data, 4 is the social community networks. And I'm going to elaborate very quickly on this. And the 5th one is citizen-led social media data. Now, it's deliberately put in this hierarchy, and you'll see every level will have to ask the same questions. Who collects this data? What data is collected? And you'll see these questions around where is it stored? How is it published? What unique identifiers are used? The status of the integration and sharing. And remember that even we, in DPME and in government, we do not want to share our own data. And this has been a challenge right across the board. Who needs this data and who is accessing it? So these kind of questions, what are the data sharing capabilities? It's easy to ask for access. Is it shareable? The recipient, are they able to analyze all this data? How can the data source enhance? And this is for us a very important question. Enhance GBVF and gender equality. So this is going from very structured data to completely unstructured data. And this is with us diving into what is a challenge. So scientific data, and you know what I'm talking about. I think the HSRC was very good yesterday in providing the technicalities around how surveys are conducted. We have spatial data experts in GIS capability, and I'm going to take you through very quickly. And apologies for this because I do not have time in this to give you all of it, but I'm just giving you highlights. So the scientific data, we have there was mention of the GBVF prevalence study by HSRC. It is embargoed at the moment, it's going through cabinet, but that is a potential national level baseline study for us, and we're very excited to get this. There's a femicide study that was just launched yesterday, which I had to kind of double piggyback on by the MRC. Government commissioned research reports, that's the evidence mapping that we had done, and the deliberate inclusion of just evidence of effectiveness, which actually excluded a lot coming from civil society, which we had to include afterwards. Surveys and disaggregation for intersectionality, we have heard about that, and I promise you this is the part that we're going to dive into even more and more. Multilateral agencies like the United Nations and WHO, but also from our development partners. Now this is a very important infographic coming for us from the UNODC, the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime, that for every female death, as an average is 1.1 per 100,000 population in the world, Africa is 2.5. And this illustrates why gender equality has failed us in Africa and in South Africa. Number two, spatial data. And this we are deliberately working with our COGTA colleagues indeed and in the district development model. But we have, apologies, this wasn't supposed to be a World of Impact, oh sorry. But on the green one is World of Impact. There's a civil society organization that's actually taking reported data from SAPS and bringing it down to district level and looking at that. What we're interested here is the position of Thuthuzela centers, for example, the service delivery points, the schools, the health centers, and matching it with the prevalence, if it can get to the district disaggregated level. And we are working with Stats SA on this as well, from the Pillar 6 dimension, and saying why is prevalence high in one area when services are there, or prevalence is low when the proximity of all of this is quite far away. So there's a level of analysis that comes forward, and that would be the kind of analysis we do need. On the right-hand side, it's not World of Impact. It's the spatial economic activity, the SEED project, spatial economic activity data, that is a collaboration between National Treasury, SARS, HSRC, and why I'm saying this is this comes from tax data, and the capability of government is there. Capability of government to take those tax forms that you and I fill out, right? All the data points there, anonymize it, curate it, put it into a data facility, it's called a secure data facility in Treasury, and invite experts to come in and analyze and produce reports on that. It exists for economic data, the economic policies. It does not exist for social policy. And this is the big reason we are seeing the challenges still. So what this means is that we have heard gender and informalization and domestic workers, they are in the informal sector. That's not going to be captured by the tax data. So it's with this inspiration and with this capability that we're seeing to also match it for social policy. People have spoken, I think the colleagues have spoken about the different administrative data and the existing data. So this is operational data, not just from government, from civil society, from service providers, from places of safety, from wherever services are given to women and women as victims of GBV, but also the fact that some of these programs have been long existing even before the NSP was done. Now, on the right-hand side is just a big mapping of the criminal justice system in the green that is the starting point for us in GBV, but so is the other players. And here, the people that we are dealing with is our counterparts in government. And we need to not just build collaboration with outside of government, even within government. So this is the administrative data, and one of the scoping and the piloting has been done, that administrative data holds the potential to overcome delays and costs of surveys, and it has been proven already. So this is the other part that we're bringing into the data facility. Social and organizational networks. Now, the methodology of social network analysis, we are piloting this with data innovators. They are already experts in the field. And as we moved into more unstructured data as the 5 areas, the collaboration just increased. It became more inclusive. People have coming to us to say, we are collecting this. Please help us. Please help us to actually bring our data into this facility because it's the local level that is not there. So here comes who's collaborating with who, which networks are being built. So this is especially with workplaces and workplace policies. So you have the private sector coming in and doing programs around gender equality as well in the same community, and government services and other services. So who's collaborating with who, and who's actually going to these service points that are outside of official reporting? That kind of analysis is very much on the cards. The last one, and this is the unstructured level, right? So we have scoped this work in terms of social media and big data analysis. We're learning from consumer marketing and sentiment analysis, because we have found that many more young girls are actually going on social media and not through the official reporting. Now, this scoping alone showed us that the potential of big data lies in this X, Instagram, YouTube, what is it? I'm not even in the social media space, but basically we are recruiting consumer market analysis to be able to help us in this space. So my last slide is that innovation is possible, starting where the gaps have been identified. And what do we do about this? Which means that going back to the transformation of data landscape. We are trying to build an architecture around it, but here we really, really depend on data scientists, those that are not having university degrees, but they are data fundis. They just want to crack solutions. And we have met quite a lot of very committed South Africans wanting to come on the space and do it with us. So I thank you for your attention, and I think this is where we wanted to bring out what is really possible. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dr. Herschel. Can we then invite the next speaker? In the meantime, I'm happy to take 1 or 2 questions whilst the next speaker is setting up. We will still have time for discussion. Any questions on this presentation? Question or comment? The next speaker is online. All right. Mr. Sear, the podium is yours.
Hi, good morning. I'm unable to put on my video. It seems like it's blocked from your side. And also, I don't have access to showing the slides.
Okay, that's still being loaded, but your audio is perfect. We can hear you very well. You can start with the introductory parts.
Thank you. I can't put my video on.
No, you don't have to, but we'll run the slides. Did you give us your slides?
Yes, I can start my video, but I can, if you give me permission, I can project them.
Okay, please do.
I have now permission. Thank you.
Yeah, There we can see your video as well. Looks like everything is in order. Presentation
Perfect.
mode.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Lovely.
So, good morning, everyone. And first of all, I must say it's a great honor to have been invited to share my thoughts on this really important topic. And the specific area that was given to me was envisioning a new digital South Africa government. And so it's giving me an opportunity to present some ideas. Now, if I was to sort of look at the context that was given to me for this particular presentation was how, for example, we can envision a new government, a digital government, or for South Africa that will enable optimal data management and utilization of data analytics to improve quality of life and equity for women and girls in South Africa. So the main, obviously, objective being quality of life and equity for women and girls in South Africa. Now, when I started looking at this topic and I attended some of the sessions yesterday, I got to a particular point where I started to think whether what I was looking to share is the right information, knowing that we have so many great presentations that happened and forward as well. Now, some of you, when you look at this picture, probably see this as a duck. Others may see this as a rabbit. Now, the point of sharing this picture was that when I originally started putting my thoughts together, I had a different kind of presentation to share. But after looking at the content that was shared yesterday and the plan for today, I thought it would be better to change my perspective and talk about something differently. Something that will hopefully give us a much larger view, a 30,000 feet view of what, in my opinion, will be the direction we should be going in to really transform South Africa. And that is about then thinking differently. And this is deliberately put upside down just to provoke a different thinking approach to what I'm going to be sharing. The first thing is that I believe we need to elevate our thinking towards thinking of digital nations. As countries, we have to start thinking differently. And I will explain a little bit as I go along why I believe this is important. I will do a bit of a zoom out to a 30,000 feet view from the topic of today. And then I'll zoom back in to what is, I believe, that the direction governments should be going in to really, truly transform and address the challenges that we have today. Because without taking a more strategic and more definitive stance and looking at us in the context of the world, we will miss the opportunity potentially to really transform and address all of these challenges that we have. The first thing I want to share is whether we believe this, we like it, or we don't like it, our world is fast becoming digital. And when I say digital, I am not talking about the conventional the definition that typically is used for digital, meaning IT. I mean that we are doing everything in through the internet. There are new business models that have evolved in this digital era that we're living in. We're using technology and these different business models to commute differently, to communicate differently, work, play, buy, educate, and many, many, many other things. When we look at what does this mean, this means that not so long ago, many of the things we're doing today, we were doing in silos, and some of them are still happening today. But what has happened is that our world is colliding more and more into this one device, which is your phone or your laptop, and online. And I can prove this by taking some of the statistics. If we look at where we are today, then we are talking about something like 6.5 hours a day on average are being spent by each internet user. That's almost our day gone. Then when we look at the actual internet users around the world, we're talking about 5.45 billion. If you consider that of the 8-ish billion that we are, many of them are not even in that age bracket where they can get online, then this is an astonishing number. And what's even more astonishing for me is that the digital economy, and I'll talk about that in a bit more detail later on, is starting to eclipse the traditional world the physical economy. So one example is that 58% of digital advertising is now online versus the remaining, which is offline. And we're looking at something like 5.14 billion social media active users. This was in 2023. And these figures obviously probably increased now. And then 87% of internet users are actually going online to search to buy something. So our behaviors, our views have changed a lot in how we do things. And this is only going to increase. We are projecting something like 5.5 billion 5G connections by 2030. We are talking about something like 125 billion connected devices by 2030. And we are looking at something like 393.9 zettabytes of new data will be created by 2028 compared to 1.2 zettabytes in 2010, only 14 years ago. So in 18 years, we have tremendously changed the way we live, we operate, and how data is becoming the center of all of this. So this means that countries are becoming digital nations, whether we accept this phenomena or not. But in reality, this is what's happening, and the numbers prove it. So what does becoming a digital native country mean? For me, it is about four things. One, all stakeholders, whether they're citizens, government employees, governments, businesses, they are all doing whatever is possible to be done practically online. Services are delivered online, accessed online. Businesses are selling their products online, etc. All of those stakeholders are operating as much as possible there. And then the businesses predominantly are made up of digital native businesses, the Netflixes of the world, the YouTubes of the world, the Facebooks of the world, etc. And the third thing is that there are new types of business models that have evolved and are there. These are the digital era business models, like we talk about shared economy as one of the examples. And then emerging tech, whether it's AI, blockchain, IoT, is used to its extreme possible so that we are enabling and using these technologies for the benefit. So this all translates into a country where the society is either digital or highly digitalized, the economy is digital or highly digitalized, and the governance is highly digital or digitalized. For enabling this, you have to have these core enablers in place, looped around by policies, laws, and regulations, and digital security and digital data. Unless we have that ability to transfer data, share data, we will not be able to achieve that future vision of becoming a digital nation. And then when I zoom in from there into what is the foundational pillar, like airplanes, airports, trains, rails, railways, for example, roads, bridges, this infrastructure was needed for the physical world. We need a strong infrastructure, the digital infrastructure in place, which will enable connectivity and enable for data to flow at a faster pace than it does today. Without that, you are not able to move in the direction of becoming a digital nation. And if I was to zoom into one element of these three pillars I talk about for a digital nation, and I look at digital economy alone, then here we're talking about, according to the World Bank study published sometime in 2022, 15% of the economy was made up of what's known as digital economy. And what's even more fascinating and astonishing to see is the growth of this economy. The digital economy is 2.5 times faster than that of our conventional economy. So what does that tell us? That tells us that not so far from now, like in the advertising world, the digital economy will become our predominant economy and will surpass the physical economy. If we look at that from the context of just South Africa, your revenue or your GDP is around $373 billion. When we look at just one organization, which is YouTube, its market cap is 455 billion, and its revenue is 31.5 billion. So you can see that maybe 10 YouTubes could actually be as large as the economy of South Africa put together. And this is where the opportunity lies, but also the challenge lies, because I believe the digital economy has become the new battleground and will continue to be the battleground that we will try to fight to win for our survival as countries and to be growing and remain relevant as countries. And if we look at South Africa, then for me, this is a must, that it must look to become a digital nation. It must look to go on that journey, because the opportunity is for South Africa itself to really leapfrog economies in the world. And why do I say that? And I say that because as soon as you start a digital business, it is borderless. It has no boundaries. You can start a business today that is global in nature. Whether it will be successful or not is a different question. But can you start a digital business that is global from day one? And the answer is yes, because your playground is not your physical space. It is the online space. And from a context of South Africa, if we look at the generations that exist today, from the builders, very few of these are existent alive today, but some of them are. But then you have the baby boomers, the Generation X, the Generation Y, Z, and now Generation Alpha. When you look at these generations and you think about which are the generations that are going to drive this revolution of becoming more and more digital as a nation, as an economy, as a society, as a governance, then that's going to be your Gen Z and your Gen Alpha. And of course, some role will be played by Generation Y as well, but predominantly it's going to be Z and Alpha. The good news is that if I look at the population, and this is slightly outdated statistics, but for 2022, if we look at your population of around 60 million, around 32.1 million, which is 53.5% of your population, is actually in the Gen Z and the Gen Alpha category. And this is a huge opportunity to tap into. And if you then add the even the Gen Y to this equation, you see you go up to something like 42.8 million people, making up something like 71% of your population. And what is the core ingredient of all of this to happen? And we've been hearing about how data is important. I wanted to put this perspective from a different lens as well, that we can challenge ourselves to overcome some of the gender challenges. some of these disparities by enabling the female population to play a lot more of a role in this new world that is emerged and is emerging. And data is going to be at the center of this. Like oil fueled the economies in the physical world, data will fuel the economies of the digital world. And not just that, how it's important for us to have that information to be able to serve our citizens is going to become core. So at the center of this drive of the future, now I'll zoom back into the question that I set myself at the beginning. Government. What is it that they should be doing to really enable a different trajectory for South Africa and to try and take us to benefit from this phenomena that exists in the world? And that is, number one, we need to really reimagine the role and model of government that is relevant for digital era. Just tinkering with the edges and talking about making changes here, making changes there, will not, in my opinion, make that transformational change. We really need to think differently, and we have an opportunity to reimagine how governance happens in our country. And this means looking at really radically changing the government model, one that is much more built ground upwards with putting citizens at the core. And we've seen this evolution. I believe that we are now at that point where we should be thinking about not digital government, but digital native government. What I mean by that is, if you and I were to go and buy an island and then create that into a country, and we wanted to then define how to administer, operate that country, we would do it in a very different way, because we would have a absolutely greenfield, blue sky thinking will be at our prevalence to really disrupt the way we run our country. The challenge of today is that we have many infrastructural things in place that don't enable us to break through. But what it shouldn't do is stop us from dreaming about what it could be like if we were to build a new country and define an administrative model, and then try to apply whatever is possible on today's South Africa, versus just going bottom up and trying to make some transformational tinkering with the edges changes. So this is an opportunity. And that, for me, means that this digital native government has to be built around these 5 principles. Number one, the core focus must be citizen life experiences. How do we enable a better life for our citizens? And it's not just about a statement, it's about a different way of doing things. Having ownership of the citizen life experiences from cradle to grave, and building a product around this and saying, how do we drive it? How do we get all of our actors, whether it's in the government sector, the third sector, or the private sector, to enable that better life for our citizens? And number two, it should be moving towards more of an ecosystem-centered model versus I do everything myself as a government. We need to use the bigger community around us, the academia, the researchers, the thought provokers, and the businesses, and the government itself. At the core of that, data and analytics sits, because without knowing about our citizens, knowing about their challenges, knowing about their problems, knowing about their views, knowing what they need, what they want, is going to be very difficult to serve citizens to that level. The emphasis should be digital by default, but it shouldn't only be that, because we know we have many people in our organization, in our countries, who are not possibly digitally mature. So, and they may have access challenges. So we can't just disenfranchise them. So it should be inclusive of everyone. And our reception should not be about producing outputs, but actually outcomes, better life experiences. So this means we need to move towards a data-driven government, a government that is focused on using data for their decision-making and for making decisions about every important factor in our country. And yesterday, we heard a lot about how there's so much data, so much information that exists, but they all are sitting in different places. The government should be looking to connect the dots. When we connect the dots and we build the fuller picture, our direction becomes much better. And this is where the government has to roll about which model are we going to put in place for data management. Is it going to be centralized and only one organization is taking responsibility for it and then providing access to everyone? Or is it going to be a decentralized model but still enabling access to this information to everyone? But making sure that we connect the dots to build this whole picture rather than looking at it from a very siloed perspective. And I like to introduce a concept that I talk about these days is that I think we are moving towards what I call a Citizen 3.0, where we will have a digital twin of us in the form of data. We will have every information set about us in our fingertips. And the question is whether it's the individual, the citizen who owns and manages this data and decides to give permission to whoever they want to give permission to use that data or see the data, or whether it's going to be managed in a different way. But this is something that we are already, you can say, experiencing with certain online platforms where we do have our digital twin that exists and they know us, they know our behaviors, they know our interests, and based on that, they're pushing information to us to connect and communicate with us. So it leaves me with this kind of last point that I wanted to share, that it's simple. It's about collecting, storing, and sharing. And we hear a lot about the complications which are absolutely there. But when you boil it down, it is really to these three things. How do we collect the right data? How do we store that data in the right way? And how do we drive insights from that data and share it with the relevant people who need that data at the right time so they can make the decisions they need to make? And finally, just want to paint a picture. Imagine a situation where we did have the 3.0 citizen in place. And I was a restaurant owner and I wanted to activate a service. Today, I would go and look at many different applications I need to fill, maybe provide documents. But I vision a North Star where I would just click a button which will say, can you please renew my license for my restaurant? And within 10 seconds, that would have happened. Without me uploading any documents, without me providing any data. Why? Because the government is put in place a model that enables for data to be picked up from the right places and analyzed and being able to confirm whether you have the right to have a restaurant license. And if so, it will just issue it. I like to end with a Chinese philosopher, you can say a saying, a proverb, which is the 1,000 miles of a journey actually starts with a single step. I would like to add an additional layer to this and say, in fact, it starts with a thought. And I want to leave you today with saying, let's reimagine. Thank you very much. Anyone who would like to connect with me, this is my LinkedIn profile.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sia. Colleagues, you do have profiles on your pack, so I didn't introduce the speakers, and trusting that the few people that are here know the background as they've been introduced. But just to recap, Mr. Sia is from the private sector, works for Ernst & Young, which is a global firm. Dr. Dayal is from the DPME as per the program. So that's the time for discussion. Maybe to provoke Mohammed, what is your distinction between the concept of 5IR, 4IR with what you have just presented? It was interesting that I didn't see any of that. Yeah, there are buzzwords that we've been living with at least for the past 15 years. Then the second thing, I don't know if you did listen to the presentation of Dr. Dayal. For me, it's really this key theme that's emerging from this dialogue of partnerships. And in your case, one of the key principles that would enable that digital nation would be ecosystem approach. It would be nice if you were to elaborate on that, but the part that links with the government is that I have this kind of sense that the assumption and probably the reality that public sector owned most of the data is no longer true. I mean, just going to the statistics you presented us about the market capitalization of YouTube versus the largest economy in Africa, it already tells me something, but that's about the money. But I don't know, because that's a data company as well, in a sense. Any comment on that? Because we need to frame these partnerships quite in a very informed way as well. Because if government believes that they're still owning the records as it was in the 1900s, maybe that's part of why the conversation isn't moving. And that's why government remains on that state that probably in that timeline, it's really on the very first stages where we're still trying to fiddle with automation, which was something of the past century, really. All right, that's my comment to the last presentation. I will take hands after you respond. I'm just provoking. My audience has been quite more on the listening side than asking questions to these presentations. I do note some hands on the floor here. Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Sia.
Yeah.
Comments on that?
So on the ecosystem, I think, first of all, it has to be all-encompassing. So in the case of South Africa or any country, you will see there are so many different actors that are involved in our daily life. When we leave our home, the first thing that touches us is obviously the infrastructure that we are either walking on or we are riding on using a car, what have you. Now, that tells you that when we look at the amount of interactions we have with the physical world and also the amount of interactions we have with the online world, majority of that are not with government. Unless you are a public sector, public service provider and using a public service to get to somewhere. So typically the data that is being collected and the information about us as individuals, in its majority always lies with other sectors than the government. Some basic data always exists with the government, but the interaction level that we have today, especially online, is majority with private sector organizations, not with government. So there has to be some kind of connectivity with these different ecosystem players if we want to get a true picture of individuals. But the data has to be at the, let's say, fingertips of individuals to then decide to share or not to share. If I look at, and as an example, in Estonia, one of the most advanced countries when it comes to digital, and they consider themselves to be a digital nation, they keep their data on their citizens and give access to their data to their citizens. And the citizens will even know if someone from the government has accessed their data. And they can query or raise a complaint if they feel their data has been accessed without any real cause or reason for them to access that data. And they can be dire consequences. People have been fired, as even from the police service or from the medical profession have been fired to be accessing data without having permission to access data of the individual. So it is absolutely an ecosystem play, and it means the academia, the startup community, the big organizations, government, thought leaders, anyone who is in the space of thinking about the challenge and is dealing with this challenge should be involved in helping us take us forward. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. There is a hand from the room here. My colleague will help me with the online questions. Do you know? Hasha, if you do want to comment or question, please feel free. The question I have for you is that part of what was coming out from the beginning was a lack of a repository. But the architecture you're presenting and the conceptual basis and the process is really so exciting to me that why somebody should start that when you are doing it. Is there a way that, in a way, we can put you on the spot, especially that you're leading the pillar, a sixth pillar of the framework? So in a way, how do we join you in a very tangible way to kind of partner with you on that journey? Because you already have private, civil society, private providers, a strong conceptual basis for that, and you are located in an environment which is basically a partnership with this kind of conversation. So that's something that I thought we need to put on the table so that we don't lose that point and operate in silos when there could be a way of holding Hasha accountable for leading us on this journey of a centralized approach piloted in a very specific area without necessarily taking every. I know her mandate is broader, it's for the entire NDP, but I think there's something exciting there. Dineo?
Thank you, Program Director. I think maybe on the same sentiment of what you were just saying to Hasha, I just want to first appreciate both presentations. I felt that they were providing solutions for a lot of issues that were raised in the previous day. And it's actually encouraging because there is hope of what we should then be considering. I wanted to maybe link a question between what Hasha highlighted around the or maybe let me use a different word. The amount of data that is coming through the social media that talks to issues of GBV, where there's challenges of reporting through the mainstream facilities that are provided to do that, and how do we capitalize on that? And given the conversation that Mr. Sierra was talking about around the digital government or digital policy position, because I think that's what has been provoked. But what I wanted to ask, maybe even to both of you, is that with that elevation as a digital space that provides solutions, especially when we're talking about issues of sharing, issues of partnership, because the digital space seems to be providing for that based on what was just shared with us now. Is that what are your views around issues of privacy and accuracy of data, which is normally one of the challenges that we sit with, whether even it's big data that will be coming from social media. So how are those being managed based on these approaches that have been provided now? One, in sourcing data that is available through the social platform, and two, in making sure that we elevate the access of data through the digital platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give just the last speaker from the floor. I won't take future hands. The online notes, we will read them on the next cycle of discussion. So after you, then it would be Dr. Dayal.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've got a question. This is just me thinking based on the conversations that we have had. It is, for me, it is actually true that to some extent, South Africa is data poor when it comes to data pertaining to gender equality. However, this has got degrees to it, because there's some rich data in the country that is relevant for gender equality. And one central challenge is governance issues pertaining to the data. And this impacts on the use of evidence in policy and programmatic interventions. So Harsha, I was interested in the broad list of data types that you presented on, and I zoomed in on issues of comparability, how often the data is collected, and also our quick wins that we can actually tap into. I believe there is potential in the administrative data that has not been tapped into. There's so much administrative data that is collected by different institutions, government institutions in the country, and this has not been optimally harnessed. This is data that can help to bring a more holistic and clearer picture, for example, when it pertains to gender-based violence and even femicide. However, the data not collected in a manner that allows for integration and comparability, and even without and also it's when it's collected, it is collected without consideration of the broader use of the data beyond just giving a service. And the challenge I see is around unique identifiers that can allow one to track, for example, a victim across different systems. Let's say Lena is pregnant, you are able to find that Lena in the data from the basic education data. You can still be able to find that Lena in the SAPS data. You can also find the Lena at health receiving post-exposure prophylaxis. You can still find the perpetrator within the Department of Correctional Services and also within the sexual offenders register, and find the Lena in the mortality data as a case of femicide. But then the issue really is around the data not being comparable, the data not allowing for that integration. And I think that STATSA really has to play a crucial role when it comes to being a coordination mechanism that can allow us to actually tap into all those different data systems and be able to find potential in the data that is collected, because so much money is being spent on this data, but it is not optimally used. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Harsha.
I'm going to stand up and not have my back face you. Thank you for those questions. So really it just advances the dialogue and move in a direction of solutions. Stanley, I think your call to join the pillar, please, we are gathering big time. So it's really, let's acknowledge that collaboration, building relationships is hard work. It takes time. It takes a different form of energy, and putting that kind of quality time and strategizing aside from deadlines and meeting targets, and sometimes it doesn't speak the same language, right? So I think this is where you need to see where relationships and building relationships between government, between funders, between the private sector is really important. And let's do that as a long-term strategy and not looking for immediate solutions, right? The digital policy, I have, and the provocation that Daneo gave, you know, I think I have so many examples of having done work. For example, let me bring out the property sector and land assets transferred to women, right? We've done an impact evaluation with UCT, and what we found there is the land restitution program had been working over the years and the backlogs and everything. We know now that more money is transferred than the land because the land is not available anymore, for example, right? So that is not transferring assets. Now, the other problem is the information that's being collected is not at a beneficiary level. So when you call for disaggregation, in some instances, yes, it's there. And most of the time, our disaggregation is possible across the administration because we have targeted groups now, youth, gender and disability. But if beneficiary data is not even being collected, look at the starting point of our challenge now, right? So that comes from why maybe we don't even know how many beneficiaries have land as assets transferred and how women are being, you know, taken out into this transformation and gender equality issues that we are. I think for me, what we have started to see is there is a lot of work from the social media data. If you have if you have your Twitter account now, just look into this social media platform of Women for Change. They have come to us because they have 25,000 followers, including citizens and government officials. And they have a system now of starting to identify perpetrators. It's very interesting because 2 or 3, one victim will start to go on and another victim will come with the same information, and they're starting to see that, but it's not in the perpetrator database, right? So there's something there. If you're asking for quality and accuracy, are we questioning someone who's saying this has happened to me and coming on social media? Because somewhere along the line, the system has failed this person. So yes, privacy and accuracy is important. We have engaged the information regulator in this regard so that the unstructured data still preserves the confidentiality of the victim and the families, but there's a lot of work to be done there. We've only started this process now because we found that survey data and the others are not really capturing what's happening on the ground. So yes, we have the information regulator that's helping us on the ethical side. What you see is that you're taking data as it's being generated and you're moving it into the structured data for sharing, and there comes the labor-intensive work, right? Not that it's ready for sharing and anonymized and curated so that somebody else has a ready-made data platform for analysis. A lot of work has to be done in this regard. It almost feels like we're just paving the way still. Cassandra, your feedback is really quite critical for me because this thing of data poor and whether we do have the data, that's partly what the whole repository is meant to do as well. But let me put forward another provocation. What we seem to be doing is reporting, I'm talking as government, we are reporting our regular routine work and retrofitting it into plans that have come on board. So the National Strategic Plan, for example, came into being 4 years, 5 years now, almost 5 years. But what we are seeing as DPME and as the private office that's working on GBVF in the President's private office is that government departments are not reporting aligned to the NSP. Somewhere along the line, the team in Department of Women still has to do that. And that's the only when it comes to, for example, loans and loans that are going to women and the economic empowerment pillar 5 that we know has a theory of change to reduce gender-based violence. So if that's happening, where else do we find the reality checks? And that's why it's not about comparability. We're not saying let's measure apples with oranges when it comes to variables. We're saying it's a different set of variables. The integrity of quantitative data collection remains, but it's another set of data that meets the same standards, that it comes with collective analysis. It's sense making, what's happening on the ground. So we're not comparing the differences in the variables and how it was generated, but we are saying that at local levels, the reality checks and the complexity is what we are bringing forward on. So data accuracy, quality, all of that is important. We're also working with Stats SA to be able to bring out, I think people have now come forward with a GBVF codebook. And this is now what we have embarked on, to be able to say, let's bring out a GBVF codebook that everybody sees which variables are needed for what level of analysis and where those sources are. So I think that kind of standard setting and the messiness on the ground, somewhere along the line we have to meet halfway. There's a lot to say, but I think I'm just going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asha. Any final words from Mr. Sia? Any final remarks? Yeah, it does look like we do need to actually formulate this data poverty line. We already have the food poverty line. So that is also a very clear concept. The online people, we will capture them in the next discussion. What is becoming clear also is the need for the good old salmon sticks and carrots. Carrots being these enablers and incentives for us to reach this data nation or digital nation. And of course, the guardrails, the ethical guardrails, have to be kind of made explicit from the onset to just ensure morality of this, security and all of that, because what is becoming clear in any area of vulnerability, fear becomes a paralyzing factor. I mean, we're told that women are fearful because they would be victimized, therefore they then don't participate, they don't avail themselves because of the oppression that still continues. So I sense again this whole fear of loss of data and all of that is paralyzing. And the Estonian case study is quite a compelling one. I think I have an experience of having done that case study at some stage, but it was too premature for government to actually accept that. But I'm sure there is kind of more lessons learned that can be derived, because Estonia is doing quite sterling work. And its neighbors, the Germany's and Russia, aren't even closer to how it has done this journey. So I support that as well. I mean, we have also excellent case studies here, Home Affairs, which transformed itself through PPPs with the banks. Now we get passports there. So it's not like starting from scratch. So maybe Ernst & Young can be a kind of built environment for some kind of this digital platform, and government plug and operate. You need the PPPs that do put real money and real action on the table, not some minor things here and there that never really take us anywhere. On that note, colleagues, let's take a break, 10 minutes, and be back here at 11:15. And in both sides, digital and the physical one, it's also a working tea. So forgive me for that. So 11:15, can we start again with the next speaker? Thanks. Hello, welcome back. So can we get a presentation from Ms. Ankama, a principal statistician from Ghana Statistical Service, to start projecting? And then after that, we'll take Mr. Stanley Wambua from the Kenyan National Statistical Bureau, or Bureau of Statistics. And after that discussion, then we will jump Ms. Gumbo and take Mr. Leonard Nkuna and Dr. Elliott.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning.
Yes. Good morning.
Thank you. It means I can be heard.
Yes. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning again. Good afternoon, good evening. This is Dieudonné, presenting on behalf of Ghana Statistical Service. The topic I was given is citizen data, the use of citizens' involvement in data collection, gender-based violence, and persons with disabilities. Thank you. So for Ghana Statistical service, our mandate is to provide quality, relevant, accurate, and then timely statistical information for the purpose of national development. And so we have the function, these are the functions of the service. I mean, we provide leadership and direction for the efficient and then consistent and comprehensive collection. That is processing, analysis, documentation, and then storage of statistical information within the National Statistical System. And so, with all this mandate, we realize that just collecting traditional data, which is normally for censuses, for example, is 10 years intervals, and other surveys are 5 years intervals, etc. We realize that we could also tap in non-traditional data sources. Non-traditional data sources, so that we could also fill in the data gaps in some of the SDG indicators, etc. Okay. So when we say, initially we used to say citizen-generated data, but now it's been changed to citizen data. So when I say citizen data, I'm still referring to what we officially know as citizen-generated data. Thank you. So it is official statistics which have traditionally been used for the monitoring of SDGs, like I said. So these are non-traditional methods we are trying to use. Okay, and then technology provides alternative data sources such as citizen data, mobile data, geospatial data, big data, and etc. So one will ask, when do we use citizen-generated data? We realize that, like I said, there are gaps, data gaps, which need to be filled. And so we use it to monitor the sustainable development goals, that's the SDG indicators. So 77 SDG indicators we realized could be measured using citizen-generated data. That is from Fritz et al. And then we are using citizen-generated data in Ghana for SDG indicators. So that is when we are using it. And then we look at areas where data gaps are, then we try to see if we could also fill it up by using some of these non-traditional data sources. Okay. And it also increases accountability. For example, citizens can hold authorities and service providers to account for their because they are the ones providing the service. They are the ones providing the data themselves. And so they can always hold them accountable. Hello, please, can I be heard? Hello, please, can I be heard?
Yes, we lost you for a minute there, but your slide is there. We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so surveys and, okay, then maybe I should go back a bit. Okay, so I was saying that we use citizen data to monitor, to address data gaps. And so we use it to monitor SDG goals. Okay, so we realized that 77 SDG indicators can be measured using citizen-generated data. And we are using it in Ghana to monitor such indicators. And so, and an example is CG, gender-based violence and persons with disability and all that. We've done a few of those. Okay. So the difference, the pros and cons between surveys and censuses and then citizen data. So it is for the surveys and the censuses, we all know that they are nationally representative. Then you can explore multiple issues and then establish methodology for minimizing biases. See, but when it comes to the citizen data, that one, yes, is timely because it is like the citizens are providing data as and when. So that one is timely. Okay, and then it is scalable and sustainable. You can scale it down as low as the district level and the sub-district level. Okay, it is participatory because it's the citizens themselves who are reporting on issues that affect them. Okay. So then before starting, we had to involve stakeholders. And so we formed a national technical team at the Ghana Statistical Service at the head office. Okay, my directorate is Social Statistics Directorate. So we formed a national technical team to start with, and then so that there could be co-ownership between we and then the ministries that are involved, like the gender ministry, academia, etc. Okay, and then initially we piloted gender-based violence. Okay, and then something on solid waste disposal. We piloted these two in 3 ecological zones in the country, in Ghana. Okay. So when we did that, we realized that the results we had, but before then we had to involve a design thinking approach where, because we couldn't develop the app ourselves, we had to engage developers in that field to develop the app for us. Initially they came and then we had to, it was like a design thinking approach process. What we had, we told them, and then they provided the apps, and then there was a competition and we selected the best. And so AO Holdings is the developer that won. And so they provided the app for us, which we put on our smartphones and even the normal phones, which are not Android. Okay. So whereby citizens themselves could use it. And then the objectives of what we did was to explore the potential of CGD as a complementary data source. Okay, so these are the objectives. Because of time, I would not like to go through all. After forming the national technical team, we formed a district technical team as well, so that because we're going to the districts, the districts in which we're going, who, etc., we had to form these district technical teams. They're made up of reps from the women's group, the traditional leader, the district statistician, the youth ambassador, NCC, etc., and then the gender desk officer and the social welfare officer. We had to form so that they could help us in reaching the people. So this is the app we formed for the gender-based violence. We named it Let's Talk App. So it is a smartphone app, and then it also has the IVR version. So users can anonymously record information on experiences on gender-based violence to local assemblies and national policymakers for planning purposes. So, and you can also dial the code down here if you are not having an Android or an iOS. Okay. And then report, so you could sit in the comfort of your home and report anonymously, without anyone knowing that you have reported a case. So key findings. So at the end of the pilot, these are some of the findings we got. I didn't bring all because of time. So you could see that 56% use the IVR shortcode. And then those who use the text, we had a voice option, and then a text option, whereby you could either report with your voice, talking, or you'd send a text. That one, for the text message, to ask you questions and you'll be responding. And we had it in a few other languages aside English. We added a few other languages where the districts in which we were conducting the pilot. And we had the option of either reporting yourself or someone. There was the option for someone to also report on your behalf. Okay, so these are some of the results we got. Some of them, the culprits were their current partners. 33% of those affected were their current partners abusing them. So you could imagine. And then we also move on to, these are a few more, which I will just skip some of those results, findings. So after which the learnings on the data, we realized that it can add value to production of statistics at the subnational level, and there's more to understand on the possible data products. Okay, and then we also realized that the data quality issues become more significant when data is collected and administered at that level. Okay, so people are willing, we also realized people are willing to report on behalf of others, like I said. Some report on their own, and even we had persons with disability also using their application. Then we had sponsorship from GIZ. Sorry, I didn't mention that. So GIZ gave us sponsorship. So they were, after the report, they recommended we scale it up. So we scaled it up to 30 more districts, 30 more districts, including those 3. And so these are some of the, so those who reported for someone, you could see that is 46.8% who reported on behalf of someone. And then the reporting type, those who use the voice and etc. And we also have the distribution of victims by sex of respondents. So you can see that females, 98.5% of females reported. Then the males too, the same thing. So, I mean, you could see the difference isn't that much. Okay. And the sex of the victim. So the females, the more victims were females, that is 71.5% of the victims were females who reported. And then the type of disability, 7.7% of those who reported had been abused were also having a type of disability. And these are the age groupings. So we can see that age group 30 to 39, they were the highest of victims affected, gender-based violence. And then here we could see the type of disability. So violence suffered. So physical assault was the highest, 47%. And then the restricted movement was the least, that was 7.1%. Even rape and defilement, we had 7.7% reporting. And so this is the distribution of victims by age and sex. So the blue color is for the males and then the females, the red. So we could see that the same thing, when you come to the age group 20 to 29, the women had the highest, 85.7% reported as being victims of sexual violence. And you could see distribution of abuse by the type of perpetrator. So some were their colleagues, some family members abused them, some that were superior in authority also abused them. So you can see the charts down here. And then distribution of case reported, and then by who the victims reported to. So we realized that those who reported to the police, that's the domestic violence unit, was higher. And then a few reported to, some also reported to family and friends, and then community leaders, etc. So who used the solution? We could see these are those who used the solution. 61% of the people who filled the report are, and then the languages also that we used. These are the percentages that used it. And then learnings from the process. So we documented some learnings from the process. We realized that there was co-convening the project between Ghana Statistical Service and the appropriate line ministry, enable a deeper sense of ownership and commitment to the project, because we included people from the gender ministry and all that. We realized that it did create good results. It helped. And then creating space for the developers also to build familiarity with, and that is the developers who built the app for us. And then the most effective public education strategy was face-to-face engagement, because we had to go down to the communities ourselves together with the district teams. We had to go around educating them and telling them this is the app we have and demonstrating the app to them so that they could also fill in and lodge their complaints. Okay, and then we've also done something on, in Ghana, the District Assembly Common Fund normally has 3% allocation made reserved for persons with disabilities. And so we were trying to find out whether the persons with disabilities, whether they were aware, whether they were receiving it, and all that. So the goal was to improve public financial management through data which responded to needs and aspirations of vulnerable citizens and communities at national and subnational levels. So that's what we did. And the objective, of course, is to assess the district common fund that is supposed to be used by persons, given to persons with disabilities. So we use the same approach. We set up a national technical team involving persons with disabilities, the blind, and SHRAJ, which is the Commissioner for Human Rights and Administrative Justice. We included academia and all that, Ministry of Health, the Blind Union, and all. So we went to them, we told them what we were about to do, and I mean, we engaged them as stakeholders right from the beginning. Okay. And then they also, with their support, I mean, as one group, we worked together. So we're not working in isolation or in silos, but we're working with them so that there will be the buy-in right from the word go. Okay. So these are user engagement approach. The proposed models we use deployments to all members per the district, like I said, and then we also deployed via media platforms in each district. Okay. For this, we used 10 districts. We piloted it in 10 districts. Okay. So if because we used various approaches. I mean, there was sign language interpretation so that those who needed it will use it. And we had the voice and we had the text so that depending on the type, and then the color too, because we're meeting them, they taught us which colors were okay for them, that's for the blind, etc. So we incorporated all these functionalities into the app this time around. Okay, so we had an option for trial, because it's like when you are taking the person through, it's just a trial submission, and whether it was a real submission. So at the end of it, those real submissions, we had 95.7%. And then we had some trial. So at the end, it means that a whole number of 7,689 people attempts were made. So the reporting type used, those who use the sign language, those who use the text report were highest. They have 71.6%. And we had those who use the USSD report and then the voice report option as well. So if we hadn't included the sign language, it means those would have been left out. Okay, so, and then the distribution by reporting type, and then you could see that, I mean, those who reported on behalf of someone, and then those who reported for themselves. Okay, and then the distribution, the sex distribution, this is age distribution because of time. So we have to find out which support. I mean, one of the questions was which of the supports the person had benefited from. That is for those who said they had benefited from. And the economic empowerment seemed to be the highest. So in a nutshell, this is, and we've done something else too on the public perception of, we named it PSSS. It's also an app so we've disseminated these results already, and they were so happy with what we found. Thank you so much for your attention. Sorry if I've taken too much time. Thank you, and over. This brings me to the end.
Thank you very much. That was great. Now let's invite Mr. Stanley Wambua, who is the head of Gender Statistics Section in the Kenya National Bureau of Stats. Stanley, you can connect.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon and good morning. Hello. I hope I'm well heard. Eh?
Yes, we can see your video. You are also very audible.
Thank you.
This tone.
Okay. Okay, thank you. My presentation my topic is on utilization of existing data systems to close data gaps. And I think in this presentation, there is a healthy overlaps between this presentation and the immediate 3 presentations which have gone before this one, and I think it is something good. Now, the next. Hello. Then, am I audible? Fine, you let me know if in case I'm not audible. So the layout of the presentation is introduction, gender data gaps, existing data systems that can be utilized for improving the data gaps, policy implications, recommendations, and conclusion. Now, the scope of gender equality covers all spheres of human life, that is social, economic, political, and so on, and all sectors of the economy. Data for measurement and monitoring progress towards achieving gender equality is available in varying degrees from country to country, but often not fully supplied. This therefore means gender data gaps exist, and that pose a challenge to monitoring and evaluation of gender equality policies and initiatives. Now, what are gender data gaps? Gender data gaps refer to wholly missing data. This means that data is either uncollected, or it could be collected but not compiled. It could be both of them, but still unprocessed or not disseminated, and therefore unavailable for use at the time of need. A moment. Okay, yeah, so there we are. So B, that can also be available but limited in scope or range to cover the needs of users, that is partially available in time, space, and quality. By it not being partially available in time, it means when you look at trends, then you find that you are missing a lot of data points, such that possibly the data you have is outdated. And then also for national coverage, sometimes you find that in certain geographies, you are not getting adequate reporting. You are missing data in certain areas. For example, in Kenya, the sub-national levels, we call them counties. So it does happen that for particular data sets that you miss some data points in some counties, and that one poses also a problem in doing the national aggregation. And also in terms of quality. Quality is critical in data or in statistics, and therefore, again, that is an area we are focusing on. Then types of data gaps. Data gaps can occur in terms of coverage, right? Now, coverage gaps are missing data on specific populations. For example, rural women or persons with disability or other minority groups. There are quite a wide array of minority groups in our country and also in other countries. And therefore, we have also examined those gaps that exist on account of specific population descriptions. And then there is also frequency gaps. Frequency gaps are data that is outdated or irrelevant or irregularly collected. That is, you cannot be able to really to get data at the correct time when you want to use it, or more so, data is collected on ad hoc basis, is not regular, and therefore it poses challenges in terms of uptake. The other type of data gap is disaggregation. This one is also a serious one and is highly affected by low gender data literacy. So you get lack of data disaggregated across sectors, like let's say education, employment, or sub-national levels. You find that collection instruments are actually gender blind, or there are so many gaps such that you cannot be able to complete, to obtain sex disaggregated data. So what are some of the existing data systems that can be actually utilized to fill up the gaps? The ideally about 3 or 4. I want us to examine the regular censuses and surveys. In most countries in Africa and other developing countries, it is now common practice that we conduct population and housing censuses at a fixed frequency, that is 10 years. We also have other regular surveys that also come with fixed frequency, like annually, biannually, decennial censuses or surveys. And these are reliable sources to fill gaps. Now, ordinarily, when we collect data through censuses and surveys, you will find that it does occur, especially surveys that are externally funded, that it becomes a challenge to fit in the various interests of various partners who come on board by way of funding or by way of giving technical advice. In those cases, you will find that the final report that is produced may not contain everything that would cover the needs of the nation. And therefore, we do recommend in-depth analysis, like processing some of the census data. We have done it with the Kenya Demographic Survey, population censuses. We go back to the data sets and we try to reprocess them to be able to fit in, to fill in gaps in between the fixed interval, right? And we have found that one quite helpful and useful. The reprocessing of existing survey data, will be able to obtain certain trends which give you a pointer as to which direction you are going in terms of implementation of gender programs like affirmative actions. Then cross-tabulation with a variety of other variables. In the event that, for example, like you are having a gender or a survey which has gender indicators, and therefore maybe for lack of funds, you introduce it or you collect data through a module which is ready on another regular survey. That's a practice that we highly recommend to be able, to get synergies in terms of minimizing the cost of data collection. So in that event, you can be able to analyze your data from the module, and you can also be able to do cross-tabulation with other variables in the carrier survey. Again, that is a kind of a strategy that can be applied to be able to get additional gender indicators to fill in gaps. The second and important data systems are administrative data systems. I want to spend some slightly more time here to do advocacy for prioritizing this area because of the certain benefits that come along with administrative data systems. Now, administrative data is data generated daily by ministries, departments, and government agencies across the country. It's a wide range of it, and is data that is ordinarily produced in the course of service delivery. So admin data can be compiled and analyzed at suitable intervals, such as quarterly, semi-annually, or annually. This will provide data at shorter intervals, whereby it can be utilized to make appropriate decisions more frequently than really waiting up to the end of the year. This provides important proxy indicators that can add value, key gender data gaps, and fill key gender data gaps. For example, in GBV, cases reported to the police or processed in courts, convictions are obtained on cases to do with GBV, defilement, rape, and all that, cybercrime, cyberbullying, and all that, technology facilitated violence. These are areas where, for example, like you can harness the flow of data from administrative data, and you'll be able to analyze and make use of it. Then we also do take note that there are capacity gaps in handling administrative data. Most of the MDS lack staff adequately skilled in statistics. And this is a challenge that I think is cutting across many countries, because you find that the National Statistical Organization may not be well funded to be able to second qualified staff in all other ministries. And therefore, we do encourage that ministries and departments, or rather, let's say ministries, that they do establish their own statistical unit and they staff them with skilled staff. This is important because quality needs to be assured right away from the time of data collection. One of the challenges we have with the data sets from administrative data is ordinarily because it's usually not considered to be priority areas by ministries and state departments, because it's really not, statistical production is not the core of the activities. Nevertheless, statistical production at MDS is equally an important area, because you see a quality data is actually the compass of M&E. It is the compass for finding your route to be able to develop and implement effective policies. And therefore, we do urge ministries really to take this area seriously and improve on its technical skill, staff, and funding. Then training of statistical staff in ministries and department agencies is necessary. It's necessary to assure adherence to quality standards. So quality standards, again, is an issue with administrative data. It looks simple, but then in practice, you find that lack of adherence to standards, national and international, would render statistics produced at MDS not comparable, and therefore limit their use. Now, here an example of some of the data systems that are there, and I do believe most of these ones are common to most countries. An example, we have education management information system, health information system, financial management information, tax information management system, business registration. Specifically, some of the new areas that we are trying to generate data, like now gender in trade data. We use tax information system held or generated and maintained by the tax authorities. And we try to link that one with the business registration information system to be able to enhance the disaggregation by sex of trade data. It's a work in progress, but I see some good light. We are succeeding. Then also on the automated land registration system, we can be able to get indicators on land ownership by women and men. Again, that one supplies indicators on women empowerment. GBV information management system, child protection information management system, social protection information systems. All of these systems exist within government agencies. And therefore, going forward, we do recommend that related data systems should be linked to be able to improve on data processing. Then number 3, my colleague from Ghana, Madam Anna, and also has made a good presentation on citizen-generated data. Notwithstanding, I think in Ghana it's called citizens data. More or less, it's just the same thing. Therefore, many non-state actors generate data that can improve to address gender data gaps. And that is quite evident. I think from the presentation from Ghana, you can see this is an area that is an emerging area which is quite useful. This can address data gaps, especially for minority populations likely to be left behind at the subnational levels. Now, where we have active CSOs present on the ground, I consider that one to be a strength, is an opportunity that we in government, we would tap in through collaborations to ensure that the CSOs are supported to continue reporting. CGDs also, it is true, they supplement official statistics, especially in the local geographies, subnational units, provincial cities, municipalities, and sometimes even quite lower levels. Like, for example, you may find, for example, occurrence of, let's say, FGM really at lower levels, where, for example, the National Statistical Organization may not have sufficient funds to be able to collect that data. And even if you put a module for, let's say, for FGM in a national survey, you'll find that overall nationally, the prevalence of such a phenomena may be too low to be able to be accommodated appropriately in a national survey in terms of sampling, because they would require a very large sample, which in turn increases the cost of collecting data in national surveys. And therefore, partnering with CSOs on the ground has proved to be quite useful in them supplementing or providing data which fills gaps. When validated, the data would be recognized, like in Kenya, there are certain procedures that we use to validate data from civil society organization using a jointly developed criteria. And therefore, once it goes through the validation process, it is usually recognized to be used for future use. The other data system, an emerging one, is big data. Now, this is quite a new area. We haven't gone far, although we have started. And I think some of the more advanced economies like South Africa, I think this is an area you can take a lead, and we also learn from you. Big data refers to the extremely large and complex data systems that cannot be easily managed or analyzed with traditional processing tools like common spreadsheets that we have in the market, Excel and the others. It is characterized by the flow of large volume and variety of at high velocity. So you'll find that this is data which really accumulates at a very fast rate. Within a day, a lot of it. And therefore, it also poses its own challenges. But in investment in data science, you discover that there are enough tools in data science that can be utilized to be able to analyze this data. Big data includes structured data, like an inventory of data or list of financial transactions. Like when you are talking about mobile banking, the volume of data in mobile banking is really high, but it is very useful data which can be able to supplement other data collected by the NSOs and MDS. Although it is unstructured data, it is still manageable, and it's an area that we are exploring, and we do recommend also other African countries to invest in this area. Now, we give examples. For example, we are exploring the mining of mobile data, and this can address gaps in banking, transacting, and shed light into the gender equality or lack of it among women and men. Social media for monitoring technology facilitated GBV, hate speech, and election-related violence. Here in Kenya, that has been an issue, although things have improved. But again, you will find there are usually hotspots here and there. And therefore, by analysis of social media expressions from citizens, it is possible that the government can be able to pick out hotspots for violence and be able to mitigate them in real time. On climate change, satellite imageries, combined with other sources, can be used, to map out vulnerabilities. What I have in mind here is satellite imageries. If you combine that one with the mapping of movement of mobile users, it can be useful in monitoring vulnerability to climate change driven or induced displacements of populations in disaster-prone areas. Then development capacity to mine big data, that one is emerging as a new area again to be prioritized. And therefore, these are opportunities because this data is sort of easily generated by government and by private sector. And therefore, within, let's say, one economy, one country, in observance with the existing statistics laws, data protection laws, it is possible that these data systems can be able to be managed and we will be able to process and give good outputs. However, there is need for compliance with the official statistics and data protection laws that are local to those economies. Yeah. Then what are the implications? There is need for national statistical organization to embrace use of technology in data collection and analysis, and likewise in dissemination. Now, within the entire ecosystem, national statistical ecosystem, you are aware that the national statistical organizations do coordinate the national statistical systems or national statistical ecosystems. And therefore, the way forward is the NSOs providing the coordination, the leadership, but every other person within the ecosystem, it's good they be encouraged to do their bit, be they ministries, departments, and agencies, or even civil society organization. Now, the other thing is there is a need to include gender modules in regular surveys so that we get a consistent supply of gender indicators for monitoring of, affirmative actions, gender initiatives, and so on and so forth, in order to be able to appraise ourselves in terms of to what extent are we advancing in terms of gender equality. So for NSOs, it's important to continuously analyze data by gender, disaggregation, and other fields that identify minorities. Governments should, I think this is quite important, governments should also enhance and stabilize funding to national statistical organizations, support statistical services, not only to the NSOs, but also to ministries, departments, and agencies for core regularly collected indicators, right? And these ones should include at least a minimum set of gender indicators that are agreed within the national ecosystem. Then there are some recommendations here, which are on the minimum. African countries, we are in the same continent. Most of our economies are more or less the same. Therefore, African countries are encouraged to develop comprehensive minimum set of gender indicators for both. So this minimum set of gender indicators should address subnational, national, and international gender data needs at output and outcome levels. They are both important because outcomes will come from outputs, right? There's an input-output relationship. And therefore, since the evaluations for outcomes may be taking longer, it's good the monitoring and evaluation frameworks to have intermediate indicators that can be able to act as the beacons to guide the implementation of gender programs. Our government should invest in tapping into administrative data and other emerging data sources such as citizen-generated data, big data, and any other emerging source. We need to continuously capacity develop the NSOs and targeted key producers of gender data in the national data ecosystem. The national data ecosystem should partner with the government to enhance budgetary support to ensure regular production of minimum data sets that should include minimum set of gender indicators. I think this is quite important in the sense that really you need to have some consistency with the data points as you implement, as you do your evaluation. And in my view, it is good to mobilize stakeholders in the gender space to develop work plans for implementation, national work plans. So from the national work plan, you are able to see who is doing what and when, right? Therefore, it is easier that way to be able to take stock of what data is being collected, how is it being collected, which methodologies are being applied, and who is doing it. And then it is mapped across the time space. Thank you very much. Just 1 minute, I'll be done, 2 slides. So the NSOs should apply innovative data collection methods, for example, use of technology for collection and analysis, inclusion of gender modules in regular surveys, and then quality gender data is the compass for formulating implementation of gender policy and advancing equality, and therefore production and utilization of gender data merits high priority for government and actors in the gender space. I wish to thank you all, and I end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe let me start on a point of disagreement with you. From the presentation from UN Women yesterday, Dr. Skimit gave us evidence that Kenya is leading in terms of gender data. And you are saying South Africa should, and I do know that Kenya also is leading in digitization. I mean, even in the private sector, digital money like M-Pesa started there. So please accept that role. We are coming there to build on the case study that you have just eloquently articulated here. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have very clear case study from Ghana and from Kenya about how citizen data can be generated, how the partnership between state actors and civil society could be fostered. The earlier presentation by Ms. Ankama was also very clear about what they called co-convening between the lead ministry with the statistical office. And I think those are some of the models we need to start adopting to make sure that this partnership imperative that has been coming out in this dialogue is really taken forward in a very tangible way. Whilst we read and prioritize people from online, the comments from online, can we have somebody reading them for us?
Okay.
We probably will start with the last one and go backwards so that in case some comments are very much directed to the last presentation, then we are able to attend to those.
All right. Thank you very much, Program Director. So in terms of the inputs at the chat, we have maybe firstly we note the request for presentations. I think we are going to be loading those presentations from the speakers. Two, so there's an input by Kolofelo. Victims get victimized, and hence social media, especially TikTok, has become a platform for them to speak out without going into detail via trends such as, it's just one of our speakers alerting us on when she will join by Iris. We also have, I think it was a request for presentations. Vuyiswa says, while it is easy to use data from a single source of gender-related matter, we should be cognizant that it might not produce reliable and accurate results. Using a combination of multiple types of big data from different sources will result in us obtaining a more accurate and reliable results. However, it needs to be in an integrated system which will assist in improving gender data gaps that could be obtained when using a single data source. So I think that is it in terms of the chat program director. I do not see any hands at this point in time. Okay.
All right, great. No, I will not necessarily take hands, just to make sure that our international speakers are not inconvenienced for waiting too long before they present. So on that note, can I invite Mr. Leonard Nkuna from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation to present. Ms. Sibukele Gumbo from NEMISA, Eastern Cape Skills Collab at Walter Sisulu University, will come later, probably after the presentation from Ireland. Over to you, Mr. Nkuna.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I wonder if I'm audible.
Yes, you are, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Chairperson, I will present on data governance framework. My name is Leonard Nkuna from Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. And let me get straight to the points. I will be talking a little bit about the transitioning to data-centric PME and the objective of the data strategy implementation initiative, data governance fundamentals, data governance operational models, areas of governance, and exploring the impact. Chairperson, in order to bring everything together, this is where we'll start. I will start with this following action. It is important that there's a gap identification in the department to see what lacks, what is not there, what is there, so that everybody will be able to take stock and say, this is where we are going to start, because that data governance is one of the many initiatives that are ensuring that there is data strategy. So then that after taking that stock, it can be in the form of assessment in terms of data gap, it can be in the assessment in terms of the data maturity of that particular department, to make sure that when those things have been done, Then you do the checklisting. After the checklisting, you know what needs to be implemented first. But of the key importance here, Chairperson, is to define your data strategy, because defining the data strategy is a roadmap on how you are going to achieve or you are going to manage your data, on how you are going to use or how you are going to protect and enhance the value of data. It should be comprehensive enough to cover the key areas that are very much important. So in terms of the objectives of the data strategy is to establish the common method and practice, the process to manage, manipulate, and share data across the M&E units, and to improve the access, to improve the quality, the integration, storage, retrieval, security, and analysis, and dissemination process, and to provide a clear lines of accountability in the department, and to minimize the operational risk associated with inconsistent data to internal PME operations, and to contribute to departmental operational performance through the delivery of accurate and timely data. It's also to improve on PME data governance performance oversight. Chairperson, the implementation
Sorry, Leonard. Are you able to project it all?
Okay, I thought it's projected.
Yeah, you were so eloquent that we didn't mind, but the more you continue, the more we would like to see the pictures. Thank you.
All right. Chairperson, I'm not sure if my presentation can be seen now or still cannot be seen.
No? Okay, so the solution is that please proceed with the talking given the limited time that we have. The team here will assist with projecting on your behalf, but please don't stop presenting.
Okay, all right. All right, Chair. Then I was saying that the objective of having a data strategy, it is a roadmap that ensures how you want to manage your data in the department. The data strategy is managed through some initiatives. And we have got different initiatives that according to the gap analysis which you identify in the department, you might use. Some of those are the data service model, the common data model, the digital data analytics systems, and the data catalog. But from the supporting initiatives, we've got the change management program, we've got the data policy, we've got the data governance framework, we've got the data innovative and research. So the data governance framework is the focus of what I want to talk about a little bit. But what is this data governance framework? It is a defined structure that directs the implementation and serve as a foundation of data governance program. It provides a clear visualization of how to ensure the data quality, integrity, and security are accessed. For it to be able to work, it must fit within a particular organizational structure and practices. When we talk about in this data governance, there are supporting document that ensures that the data document, the data governance framework, it stays within the ambit of managing the responsibilities of data. That is the data governance policy. This governance policy are a collection of principles that describe the rules and control of the integrity of data and quality of data and the usage of data. The purpose of that data governance policy is to protect the department's data against internal and external threats, the breach of privacy, the confidentiality, the security breach, and also define the roles and responsibility for different data creation and usage types, and also to develop the best practice for effective data management and protection. Data governance on its own, it have got key components, very important components, which are people, processes, and technology. Because in a governance processes, people, the governance succeed where there is people, because there is a better collaboration, because there is a better planning. When there is a better planning, it means that people are able to commit to the data governance. And they've got roles and responsibilities which are clear. Everybody knows what to do in terms of data in the department. They have the skills necessary to ensure that data is well managed. They also develop the change management plan to ensure that through the change management plan, they engage their stakeholders, they take the buy-in, they are able to implement what the stakeholders would want to see, the critical point of what the stakeholders want to see. They also determine the kind of technology which is required to ensure that the policies and the processes are derived from this data governance. The technology, including the licenses and the proof of concepts and the dashboard, because the dashboard, you are ensure that the executive are aware about how data is being managed in the department. The process allows people to confirm that data is well managed, to ensure that there is data definitions. There are data business processes, and the business processes and the business rules are clear in terms of driving the data governance framework. Chairperson, I will just talk about the operational model. We understand that in the department, we have got executive and we have got layers that manage the data. The first layer is the strategic layer. When we look at the strategic layer, it ensures that there is a leadership in resolving any kind of data conflict. They provide the direction and priorities in the specific data areas. They lead the principles and policies and the data standards across the functional areas. And we understand that these strategic layers, there is a chairperson who is part of the executive. The chairperson who is part of the executive appoints the data owners. These data owners are those who are sitting in the functional areas. Those functional areas can be coming from HR, can be coming from supply chain, can be coming from IT, or can be coming from any other business functional areas. So they form data owners. These are data owners at the strategic level, which are representing the data on their data domains.
Mr. Nkuna,
This-
sorry for interrupting you. Two requests. The first one, do guide the people who are moving the slide to move to the next slide. Number is important. They are not sure if they are in the correct slide. The second one, time-wise, we don't have much time, so...
Slide number 7, please.
Thanks.
All right, so this is the strategic layer. The strategic layer are data owners. They appoint the second layer, which is technical. These are data stewardship level. Because they are technical level, these they deal with, among other issues, data quality. They develop and provide data policies. They also provide managerial support to data governance. They also provide operational help in planning, use, and regulations. Then this layer, they appoint data stewardship to represent in the functional areas across the department. They identify and fix data issues. They also make sure that when there is an operational need or operational problems, they also elevate it to the higher structures in order to deal with those issues. But Chairperson, in order to have a proper governance, we have to have a key components that data governance practice are critical to understand. And these are data qualities, data securities, data privacy, data architecture, data integration, among others, data stewardship, the regulatory compliance, and the data strategy and policies. And this is slide number 8. The one that I reflected on and read is the one that I will be a little bit focusing in the next 2 slides. So in the next 2 slides, we deal, when I look with the data strategy and policy, exploring the impact is to define the overall approach of data management within the organization. The comprehensive strategy that it will be defined a clear data strategy that aligns with the organizational business goals for data gender equality. The risk mitigation here, it will be to develop policies that guide how data is collected, how data is stored, how data is shared in an organization. The data collection might have its own data policy because we want to control the collection of data at the facility level. This does not complicate the data policy at a higher level. It's because at the facility level, you have got a policy that shows anyone who is not adhering to this policy will be subjected to a disciplinary, so that each and everybody will understand that data collection must be protected, and that data, it must be stored in a particular environment, and it must be shared. How it must be shared? Perhaps it must be protected. That it means that we need to be able to make sure that the data that we are sharing, we know who need this data and who want to use this data. So there have to be a proper data sharing within the M&E organization. In terms of regulatory compliance, we need to make sure that data is managed in line with relevant industry regulations. The risk mitigation on it is to create the regulatory compliance team that stays updated with industry regulation and ensures that the organization's compliance, the organization is in compliant. It's using the automated compliance tools to monitor and to report compliance if need be. Then the almost last slide, there is slide number 10, exploring the impact again of data security. The risk identified here is protecting data from unauthorized access, data breaches, and other threats. The risk management there is to develop a robust data security policy that outlines the access control, the encryption method, and the data incident response, and employ chief information officer to oversee the implementation of policy and conduct security audits. In terms of data privacy, regulations such as POPI Act, which is a legal document which ensuring that there's a protection of the information. This involves understanding of data that you have, who have access to that data, where is that data stored, how is this data used? So privacy concern becomes primary important in data collection and usage. The risk mitigation there is to implement data privacy management system that handles the consent, data subject access request, and data breach and notification. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions? They can also be linked to the presentations that were done in the course of the day. Now from physical kind of access. Colleagues in the House, are you having any questions? I note one hand. Is that yours? Okay, Tina. Let them connect. All right, let's take only the one comment whilst Dr. Elliott is connecting. Please connect and then project your slides, then we'll hand over to you. Any other question from online? All right, it does look like our presenter is ready. If you don't mind, we'll suspend you until the full discussion after this presenter. Welcome, Iris, over to you. We're grateful that you came back and sorry for not honoring your initial time. Thanks, over to you.
Dr. Lachardra, it's an absolute honour to join you and make a contribution from the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission and the European Union's work on equality data. I'm also very interested in what I have heard in terms of examples of good practice, and I look forward to staying in contact with colleagues after this event. I also want to thank UNESCO, who have provided me with a room for connecting with you. I wanted you to know that I'm attending the 30th anniversary of UNESCO's Roots of Enslaved Peoples programme in Paris, and also the inaugural meeting of the Global Network on Anti-Racism and Anti-Discrimination. And IREC, the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission, is one of the founding members of that global network. I mention that because the importance of disaggregated, comparable data on a global as well as a regional and national level has been highlighted by all stakeholders attending this event at UNESCO, including the chair of the UN Permanent Forum for People of African Descent and the European Commission's Anti-Racism Coordinator. To share how we've approached equality data, essentially our philosophy is that quality data is a public good, and it is not possible for any one actor, any one discipline, any one country to move forward this agenda because of the complexity, because of the range of stakeholders, who are engaged. And so the approach we've taken has been focused on building the equality data community, strengthening the legislative framework, and also supporting practice. Those are our three pillars. In building the equality data community, obviously the equality data agenda is very relevant to national equality bodies and national human rights institutions such as ourselves, but it's also very relevant and important to evidence-based policymakers, legislators. It's important to civil society organisations and rights holders. It's important to academics, researchers, and national statistics institutions. And it's also important to both regional and global bodies such as the United Nations, the Council of Europe, or the European Union. And so some of these ways we've approached this is needing to challenge maybe some assumptions that are around equality data. Firstly, that it's not anybody's job, that it feels too specialist and difficult and expensive to do. And we've had to make arguments that it is a necessary investment if we are to move forward in human rights and equality and evidence-based policy making. It's also been very important to build alliances. And as I say, we've got a diverse range of stakeholders. I think it's also important the tone that we've set in challenging assumptions, myth busting, and building those alliances, that we've taken a very positive collegial approach. And I think that makes a difference in terms of no one feeling that it's going to be a difficult conversation, or that they are vulnerable, that they're going to get told to do a whole load of work that they don't have resources or technical knowledge to deliver. We also have looked at how we can use international law and national law, and always to have a data lens in that, because although some people will come to the table and want to offer to collaborate, etc., others require some form of statutory mandate in order to deliver data in the way that we need in human rights and equality. And as I said then, in terms of support in practice, this has been a very successful area of work in the European Union. We have an EU equality data subgroup, which reports into a high-level group. There's a huge amount of common resources. There's work that we've done around assessing needs and preferences, both using EU resources, but also through straightforward engagement, hearing what people's concerns are, hearing what they want to use equality data for. And then also co-designing resources with rights holders. And the Irish Central Statistics Office has a very long tradition, for example, in co-designing census questions, etc., with civil society organisations, academics, and ourselves. So we feel like there is a huge amount of good practice amongst our statistics colleagues, as well as within the broader community. I would make an argument for the value of national equality and human rights institutions in this space. These are some of the ways that I think IREC has contributed, and have other equality and human rights bodies across the European Union, to have that bigger picture of a world that we want to create informed by data, but at the same time not being too removed from the realities of people's work or people's lives. And so very much focusing on real world planning, because in a sense, our only agenda here is to advance and prevent regression of human rights and equality. I think we are a relatively neutral type of institution, and therefore we have a role in convening, connecting people, capacity building, and also because of our kind of role in a domestic setting, a regional setting, and a global setting, I think we're well placed to look at horizon scanning, opportunities and threats, and very much stepping up and being an honest broker, because all we want is for the national data infrastructure, the regional data infrastructure, and the global data infrastructure to be as strong and useful as it possibly can. Just to give you a sense of, when I talk about disaggregated data on equality grounds, these are the grounds that are included in Irish legislation, which go beyond the core grounds in European directives. The other thing I wanted to flag, because IREC is the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities independent monitoring mechanism. And what we have tried to do is to very much lever the unusual provisions within the CRPD, which not only look to have, I actually think it's maybe one of the only, if not the only, international instrument in the UN regarding human rights and statistics and data collection. So any country that has ratified CRPD essentially has this obligation on them regarding statistics and data collection. But interestingly as well, the fact that it's not about just collecting, using data, it is also about making it available to disabled people and others so that disability rights can be vindicated. And obviously with any of these areas of disaggregation, equality, identities, there is intersections. And so it is not only about collecting disaggregated disability data, for example, by impairment, it is also about looking at collecting other forms of equality data so that we can have an intersectional analysis. So disabled women, disabled young people, disabled ethnic minorities, disabled members of the LGBTQI+ community. And in my presentation text, which you'll receive, I want to give it the example of the leadership of the National Statistics Board in Ireland, who in its priorities for official statistics in the current period has been very clear about trying to translate this obligation under international law into a domestic context. And the National Statistics Board's priorities then drive the work that our Central Statistics Office does. And so I think I would always look to CRPD and the way that that levers a legal argument and a technical argument for disaggregated data. So in terms of kind of the approach we've used, I think it's always really important to stress that the EU takes a very broad definition of data, because sometimes we can reduce discussions about data to statistics, and that is absolutely not the case. Also that it needs to be historicized, and for all that we have a relatively common approach, and that's why it's very important, I think, that it's historicized. And so EU member states who were impacted by the Holocaust, for example, in very specific ways, have constitutional and legal barriers to collecting certain types of disaggregated data, because they know how fascism used that kind of information to commit genocide. Also, the EU guidance would very much look at safe and trauma-informed approaches, because certainly in the area of rights holders, because of history, because of current realities, issues around disclosure, publication of data, access to data, as in who has access to this data about me, is it anonymized, etc., is a very, very sensitive area, and it's a very sensitive area across the European Union. The other thing is that it needs to be resourced so that everyone can fully participate and contribute their expertise. And so when we're looking at funding resources, we're not simply looking to fund, for example, the Central Statistics Office or organisations like IREC or government departments. We're also looking at funding two-way capacity building between civil society and institutions. I think it's important to call out the presumption that sometimes it's about civil society being educated by ourselves as researchers or data specialists or policy makers, when in fact we also need a strong amount of knowledge exchange and education by civil society stakeholders. And certainly in Ireland, a lot of expertise in this area is very much held in civil society, and I would particularly mention our Indigenous populations groups, the Traveller and Roma community. That also involves investment in strengthening civil society organisations so that they can engage fully in this process and have the technical knowledge and their own independent ways to collect, analyse and use disaggregated data. And all the way along, I think, again, to return to my comment about tone, it's very important that we are very focused on participation, partnership and leadership by all actors. This is a collaborative effort. It isn't a top-down approach. So I want to give some examples in my presentation about some of the work we've done. Some of my slides are quite text heavy and I'm not going to read them, but I just wanted to include them in my presentation so that you can sort of see the type of language either that IREC uses or we have succeeded in the international bodies using in terms of found in Ireland not in compliance with United Nations or Council of Europe standards. So these are some of the activities we've done. I've been leading this work in the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission since I joined in 2018. We've been a very active member of the EU Equality Data subgroup that I referred to. For example, at the moment, we're holding the pen on new guidelines which should come out this year, which is around national implementation of the EU equality data collection. We've also used every opportunity in human rights monitoring to call for strengthened equality data in Ireland that's comparable to other countries. We've looked at how we can embed statutory provisions around equality data in EU directives. Currently, all EU member states are transposing new directives on standards for equality bodies. That has to be done by June 2026, and therefore equality data and reporting and monitoring equality and discrimination is part of that new legislative framework. Sorry, I can hear conversation. Is it okay to continue? Likewise, we've tried to embed equality data provisions in legislation. In Ireland, we have a public sector equality and human rights duty, so all public bodies have to assess and address and progress equality and human rights issues, both for their service users and for their employees. And clearly, data is a massive part of that. And also data is going to be mentioned as one of 5 core components of equality strategies in a forthcoming publication by the Commission. We also share expert knowledge around equality and human rights being embedded into the census, which runs every 5 years in Ireland, surveys and administrative data. And then we do knowledge exchange, country visits and workshops as well. This is just to give you an idea of the breadth of the EU equality data collection. I really do encourage people to look at it because it is a huge cross-organisational regional resource that we have developed. So to talk to human rights monitoring, this is an example from the CEDAW process that is currently in review process. IREC in our submission to the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women included this recommendation about asking the state regarding disaggregated data. We then secured a very, very detailed request by the CEDAW Committee to Ireland on equality data. And then we were reviewed by the ISESCR Committee earlier this year. CEDAW, we won't be reviewed until 2025 or 26. So I just wanted to give you an example of the type of concluding observation we've been very successful in securing. And it's similar then to Council of Europe procedures where we get recommendations on equality data. It isn't everything, but it's an important lever that we use as the National Human Rights Institution. In this text, I've also included some of the provisions of these new directives and standards for equality bodies, because obviously we hope that you will want to continue to partner with us. But to say that this is all EU member states are going to be having to strengthen their national equality data infrastructure to meet the standards. And that is standards for reporting, and at a minimum of every 4 years, every member state in the European Union will have to produce a report through its national equality body around the state of equal treatment and discrimination. So this is very much data systems being developed to apply in policy. Likewise, this is just an example in terms of equality reform. This is in relation to reform of our equality legislation. It's talking about how across the whole system we need to collect disaggregated data, but also make data publicly available. This speaks to a recommendation we made around the Gender Pay Gap Information Act about the need for having a central location with public access so that there is a transparency and accountability, and also kind of a resource being created by the state for public actors. And then I just want to conclude by talking about the Irish Equality Data Strategy. We'll be the first EU member state to have equality data strategy, and we hope that will be published this year. This, again, for the sake of time, gives you an overview of how long this has been in train. And also I want to share, this came from an equality budgeting scan that OECD did for Ireland in 2019. So I think sometimes it can be surprising where the levers or the drivers of equality data can come from. It's been a long process. We did an audit in 2020. We set up a working group with all actors around the table. There was a public consultation. And now, as I say, we hope this will be published this year. So at the moment, it's 24 to 2029. It may be 25 to 2030, depending when it can be published. And very much in our national strategy, we use the language of the European Union's guidelines. The 5-year strategy has 5 strands. One thing I would say, if this is something of interest to you in your own state, is we decided to keep this as simple as possible. There's lots of strands we could have chosen. There's lots of actions, but the current draft has 20 actions, and that's grown from 13. Ireland has a tradition of having very complicated strategies with hundreds of actions, and we spend all our time monitoring them rather than actually delivering them. And this gives you a sense of the content of it, and I'm very happy to share the actual published version of the how the equality data strategy provides direction, but also provides for flexibility, and is also a resource for anybody who's trying to implement it. So just in conclusion, these are the lessons I draw your attention to: the importance of having a historicised approach, an approach that's safe and trauma-informed if we are to secure the participation of rights holders, civil society organisations. It needs to be resourced so that all actors can fully participate and contribute their expertise. Thank you so much for the time with you today. To conclude, I suppose I'm really interested to see how we can collaborate, because we consider in Ireland equality data to be a global public good whose benefits reach across borders, generations and population groups. Gurtha maithagad. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive presentation. Colleagues, the floor is open for questions. I don't know if there are any written comments from online, and then we'll take ones from the physical presence.
Thanks. I think I'm just going to go through probably the other presentations, and many of them were more case studies of what is happening various countries. And I just also want to appreciate the colleagues for sharing what is happening within their country. I wanted to ask on the case study from Ghana, what is one of the points that was emphasized is their working relations with the Ministry of Gender. And I wanted to understand if there is a particular memorandum of understanding or agreement in how they work to produce or to plan for collection of data, including the data that was spoken on in terms of the citizen-generated data. What has been the involvement of their gender ministry in influencing that? The other question I wanted to pose to the same case study was, are they able to just maybe expand on what has been the financial implications on the development of those systems? I think in particular what was very interesting is the mobile system that had taken persons with disability into consideration. And I think that was very important for us to note. So maybe if they can expand on what have been the financial implications on both the systems that they utilize with persons with disabilities. On the Kenyan one, there was a lot of recognition and maybe placing forward the role of administrating data. What I wasn't sure on is the role that the statistical office play in the administrative data. I'm not sure how involved you are. Is that generated by yourself or other government agencies within the Kenyan government? I wasn't really clear on that, but I think it is really encouraging the work that is happening across in both countries. There was the last presentation, and I actually think maybe we could put our hands up from the department to say we would really want to take up that collaboration, because I think there's a lot to learn from what you've done from the legislative point of view in bringing in standardization of data and the protocols from the EU space. I think, Dr. Irish, that was very encouraging. It will be great to partner with yourself to understand exactly how you got to where you are. Because one of the issues that was raised in the 2 days is also issues of how to look at legislation to either enforce or facilitate for the generation of intersection or disaggregated data. I think those are my 2 comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other hand? Online?
Yeah, thank you, Program Director. There's one hand. Maybe perhaps through you, Program Director, if we can just request the participants online to just insert their names, because currently the person who's raising their hand is just a number. So I don't see the name. So maybe just as a request that they rename and put their actual names on the platform. So I think it's 540666450. I'm not sure who the person is, but they have their hands up.
The floor is yours, number. We're talking data integrity here, so it's important for us to know who is in the room. The Zoom platform is very much known for being invaded by unknown and unacceptable content and participants. The floor is yours, speaker. All right, can I check if our next speaker is available, Ms. Gumbo? Otherwise, I want to thank our international speakers, starting with the last one, because maybe others are no longer in the room. Dr. Elliott, I think your input is greatly appreciated. If you do want to make final remarks, you are welcome to do so. Mr. Leonard Nkuna, there were certain questions directed to you. If you do want to comment on those, you are welcome to do so. And thank you to you as well.
Thank you. I just want to appreciate again the opportunity to connect with you, and I know my presentation will be shared by the organisers of the event, and my contact details if people do want to come back to me about opportunities to collaborate. I'm also sure that the EU Equality Data Subgroup would also welcome that opportunity. Thank you.
Wonderful, greatly appreciated. Leonard? I wanted to check if Subugele is here. We had postponed your presentation to a later time. So that's the time now to take your presentation.
Hello. Please, can I be heard?
Oh, yes.
This is Dieudonné from Ghana.
Dieudonné, yes, sorry. I thought you had left.
Yeah.
So please.
Yeah, I left, but I just came back.
Wonderful. You're most welcome.
Thank you. Please, there was a question for me on whether Ghana has an MOU agreement with the MDAs, like, for example, the Gender Ministry, and yes, we do have. We are now putting an agreement into place. So somewhere, I think in 2 weeks' time, we'll be going to meet them and have it signed. That is about 40 MDAs have these MDAs, MOUs put in place. We are assisting them. We are helping them to develop it. We give them a template. Because we've been collecting administrative data from them, and we want to make sure that we, being the national statistics system, everything moves on successfully, and everyone gives us the required data. But during the time we developed the app for the gender-based violence, the waste management, the persons with disability, people's perception on their health and their satisfaction on health and education. I mean, we've done all these apps, but for that, during that time, we didn't have an MOU. All what we do is we involve them as stakeholders in what we are doing. So, for example, when we had the persons with disability, when we engaged the Blind Union and Federation for Persons with Disability and all that, right from the beginning, so that we don't leave them behind. Anything we do, we involve them. And then getting the persons to help in identifying where their unions are, where they can get persons with disability to respond to our app. We also had to involve them and then go to the grassroots with them. So we didn't just, after developing the app, we didn't just stay behind, but we went around with them to the selected districts to make sure that we introduce the apps to them, and then people do respond to the app and give us feedback. Yes, so that is how it was done. And financially, there was a question also on financially. We initially got support from GIZ. And after the scale up, after the initial pilots, they were happy with the results and then gave us more money to scale it up. And that was when we scaled the gender-based violence to 30 more districts. And then after that, we also started the Persons with Disability District Common Fund. There's a common fund which government has allocated for them, is 3%. And so we wanted to find out whether they really know about it, whether they access it, and what benefits they've gained from it, etc. So there were a series of questions on the app. And like I said, we had sign language interpretations, we had voice message, we had IVR, so that even if we're not using a smartphone, you could still access the app. So these are a few things in a nutshell. And I hope I've answered your question, Madam. Thank you very much, and over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think there was also a question for me.
Yes.
Chair, can I continue?
Yes, please.
Wonderful. I think the question I wanted to know the role of the National Statistical Organization in Kenya insofar as production of administrative data is concerned. Now, the KNBS plays a coordination role. We coordinate the entire national statistical ecosystem. And one, we have structures which we use. We have created a sector technical working committees or group, if you may wish. And through those groups, we do capacity building of the MDS. We also develop standards together with our stakeholders for collection and processing, compilation, processing, tabulation, and everything, including dissemination together. And then the other thing is we do validation. Before we formally release data for use, we do joint validation. The committees, the thematic committees normally come together in a workshop, and then we do validation of the data together. And lastly, the National Statistical Organization provide leadership in development of standards, right? The local standards against which the administrative data is produced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've learned quite a lot. Just to reflect on things that stood out for me. Oh, I see there's still a hand from online. Please, let's deal with that first. Online speaker, you can chip in. We will read those that could be read. But on the process side of things, we have a bit of a technical glitch with the presentation from Sbukele. So if she does show up, you don't mind if we just allow her to speak in the middle of any type of conversation that we'll be having, because the next speakers are pretty much the hosts, so they can allow to be disrupted by our guests. Then the next thing is that we will actually take those presentations that were scheduled to be after lunch to happen now, and then take a late lunch for those that are in the house here. Then the last point, we will then take these comments from the online speakers or participants, and if at all there is a question that's still relevant to our speakers, we'll take those. So it's a last round of discussion on this set of presentations that have been done.
Thank you, Program Director. Just one comment by Vuyiswa. So it was directed to Mr. Leonard Nkuna. What is your opinion about data governance as part of data quality management? Can you agree with that statement? Can you agree with data governance model helps in structuring data accountabilities?
Okay, sounds like a rhetorical question. Mr. Nkuna, your final remarks? All right. As I say, that's part of the discussion dialogue. It's more of a rhetorical question as well. Thanks for that comment. Just a key take home for me on these last three presentations, the issue of standards. That question came back a lot during our recap in the morning. And so all these presentations have touched on that. We probably need to have a very strong stream of work that begins to consolidate that action and take it forward, drawing from the presentations that have been done. The common fund that Diodene had actually referred to, it's a very innovative one that I think South Africa can really negotiate it as a policy issue as well, or legal issue that needs to be taken forward. The citizen data methodology, especially that is driven by statistical agencies. It's very much attractive given the mandate, custodianship, and the power that they have. So we do need them to really start accommodating quite a lot of these different sorts of data. I mean, the constraint, as I know it from our Stats SA, is usually the fact that their standards are restricted to the international, global standards on official statistics. And so when they start interacting with the other data, it becomes so difficult to accommodate most of these. But these models that are more on co-creation, partnerships, and co-convening probably will iron out some of those kind of log jams. We know that on the SDG data type of reporting that ultimately end up more with the state-generated data and no other data that gets accommodated in those reports due to the issue of validation and standards. The importance of fundamentals at an institutional level, which is Leonard's presentation as well, to say let's go back to basics, and it answered even that question of guardrails around matters of ethics, issues of security, issues of privacy and access to data, as well as how to enable the actual mechanisms of functionality within that. And most importantly, really for me, the notion of public good is not just a passing statement. It's something that I think we've got to interrogate and find a way of benchmarking with Ireland and the EU broadly, so that our legal framework and legislative reforms and policy reforms do respond to that quite appropriately. I mean, we have a very strong public interest regime in our laws, like the POPIA, the Promotion of Access to Information Act has a very strong public interest overrider there, and many of our laws guided by our constitution. But I'm sure that this public good aspect, it's something that's really not something that has been put at the center, especially from a human rights point of view, as well as from a point of view of driving this agenda of making data accessible and used appropriately, because implications are quite huge even for other producers which do it for profit purposes, so that we can be able to have a way of managing those interfaces and relationships. And it is very important for the vulnerable groups that we are focusing on here, women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and the intersectionality that goes with those. So with those remarks, I would really like to invite the acting DDG, who is actually the organizer, chief organizer and convener of this platform in support of the DG, to come make remarks and present on the synthesis, basically. Synthesis of key insights and recommendation for two-day session collaborative formulation of policy recommendation and action plans to address the data gaps and promote equality, and identification of responsible stakeholders and strategies for implementation. So over to you, Madam. That's Ms. Dineo Marco, who is the chief organizer of this policy dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I hope I'll be forgiven. I have my notes, but not a presentation. But we will share. I just hope colleagues can listen without having to read. No, you don't have to. So I think it's best to start with appreciating the 2 days and what we have really seen in the past 2 days. For the 2 days, one of the issues or the responsibilities I was asked to do is to look at what has been discussed and synthesize based on what we wanted to achieve for the policy dialogue. We were very ambitious in our outcomes that we put forward in the concept paper as it was shared with all of us. And I think we really have managed to achieve all the 10 ambitious goals that we set out for this particular policy dialogue.
One thing I want to also appreciate is that the program director also in between was highlighting what are the key emphasis point of or issues that were coming through throughout the 2 days. I will touch on some of the issues that came through and maybe just to minimize the repetition of what was coming through. In terms of key issues that were coming through through these 2 days, number of issues came through, one of them being the key data gaps and their implications. And the elevation there has been the intersectionalities of data disaggregated by various intersection, be it gender, age, disability, which are very critical for us to understand inequalities. Colleagues will remember one of the point that was raised around the narrow way in which data is collected currently. And I think that point was elevated to say we need to look at the various nuances that implicate the issues of inequalities, and in particular looking at the broad groups of the marginalized groups. In that also one of the issues was the accurate data that informs the targeted intervention addressing issues such as access, inclusion, and representation. This was to emphasize the importance of data that is collected and why do we collect it and why we need to have accurate data to inform these decision-making processes. The other key point that was elevated is it came through the conversation that was led through the gender needs assessment, and it is elevating the point of that you cannot plan or advocate when you have not done your gender needs. It's important to start with your feasibility of understanding what is happening on the ground, give voice to the voiceless so that you can then prioritize them through your planning and advocacy, thus translating into budgeting and the other programmatic systems. One of the areas that gender needs assessment do provide insight into the needs for women, men, and the marginalized communities, and therefore they are very key in any establishment. Before we start with the work, we need to understand what is there and what is it that we're trying to establish. They are also very crucial for planning and advocating for gender responsive budget allocation, as well as the monitoring processes. We also had a very interesting presentation that was shared with us on the food and nutrition security in South Africa. And I've also realized that in the morning there was a greater reflection on that presentation as well. It does really highlight that in linkages with the presentation that was made by Stats SA, with the country that have a female-headed household, a number of high female-headed household, what are the challenges that we're experiencing? And what was highlighted was this experience in terms of food insecurities and where we are also from a health point of view, whether we're looking at issues of obesity, weight, and issues of stunting, malnutrition, and broadly those. I like that because we tend to speak generally around the issues of data, and I think that presentation was very focused to say there are actually very many dimensions when we're having a conversation on data. And what it then started to highlight is that this conversation might be happening in sectors that deal with issues of, because that's what was elevated, that this is where we start to see that actually data is available, but it's probably available, I think they were using the word individual data sets that are somewhere and available there, and we're not able to address. And I think yesterday what was highlighted is this platform is very important to start to showcase what is available while we think of the collaborative effort of sharing the information that is available. And that presentation further highlighted the gender disparities in the food access required in targeting intervention to ensure food security for women. Remember, one reflection indicated that actually what the presentation is showing that actually we are in good space when we're talking about food security, especially in female-headed household. And I think that's important because we do make assumption if, inflation rate goes high, we make an assumption that actually things are not available. But actually data was showing different perspective. I wanted to remember one of the points that DG made yesterday when she was speaking. She kept emphasizing that numbers are important. And whether we talk numbers, we talk data, we talk statistics, I think people in this same field, they would understand that we're trying to carry a message that is supported by some scientific positioning. But what is important, and I just recalled, I hope you would recall with me, that the importance of numbers, data, of statistics is give meaning and also improve our decision making. If you remember the time of COVID, there was a time where we, on a day-to-day basis, will just see numbers coming in of people that are dying through COVID. And it was just being normalized. Okay, we have 300 numbers, 400, until it started hitting home. That we started seeing our relatives dying, our friends, our colleagues. Those numbers started taking a different meaning. And that's the importance of what the number means. And I think even in the space of gender, it's important to recognize the power that the number, the statistics and data has in communicating messages, in improving our economic outlook, and the broader work that we do from a socio-economic transformation, which is the key mandate of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. As we continue, there was a presentation that was made just to remind us that government is really doing some work. There's legislation in place, and in particular the Employment Equity Act, and it was still highlighting that we really have challenges. This in combination with the presentation that was made by the Department of Public Service and Administration, that although we are seeing greater changes in terms of number of women that are occupying particular positions, we still have a serious struggle when we move to senior management level and top management, be it in government or in the private sector. That still remains our biggest challenge. So we do have enough people at the skills level or the semi-skill level, but because we're probably working with a pyramid system, that you can't really appoint everybody else at the top. But it still remains a challenge that even if it's a pyramid, I think they call it Lesotho head model, we still have challenges that we're dealing with, that we're not seeing those semi-skilled technical skills filtering through into the upper levels, be it the top management or this, the senior management level. I remember reading one article around the glass ceiling and whether women are able to shatter that glass ceiling. Are policies available, put in place legislation to assist women to shatter the glass ceiling, maybe at the technical level, so that they can move through into the senior management level as well as the top management level. I think this is what is highlighting where the challenges are. Are we able, with our transformation posture, to assist women that are interested in moving into higher levels, to shatter the glass ceiling? And one of the issues that was raised with the glass ceiling was that even though policies are there, you will walk into a room that is still full of individuals that have not themselves transformed, which then complicate the entire system, even though policies have been made in place. We still have serious issues, which what the presentation was highlighting around persons with disabilities. I know we had a bigger focus on gender, but this remains one of the biggest challenges in the country broadly. Access to data for persons with disabilities. Our own target as a state, the National Development Plan, talk to 7% in terms of, not preferential procurement, but employment equity, but we're still at 1.1% in the latest data of 2023. And I think that really starts to show that we still have challenges, but this is what the numbers are telling us. It was a very telling presentation on the SDG. And I think I wish I could project the slide. It just told us that with our pockets of data available wherever it is, we are not aiding our process of international reporting in terms of what we have ratified as a country. And this platform, it's very important to start to elevate the need of data, but at the policy level. I think there's a lot that is happening at administrative level, but how then do we flip it up and look at a top-down model that would really assist us to make sure that there's access to data, data is available, there's generation, there's collection, and all the other components of data, including funding that came across mostly in our conversation yesterday. So what was highlighted is that we're really off track. I think we're scrambling data when we're writing on our feedback on SDG and other international reporting. I know we completed the Beijing Plus report. It was a similar challenge as well. And what was recommended there is the need for political leadership, bold reforms, and targeted investment that are very necessary to help us to achieve our 2030 goals through that presentation. Some of the points that were coming through, which start to facilitate for policy recommendation on gender equity, started to talk to strengthening data governance framework to ensure data disaggregation by gender, disabilities, and other factors. And I appreciated even the conversation today started to lead us, and the presentation for Dr. Aris was actually showing us where it's possible to start to put it through legislation and policy to facilitate for this particular change. The issues around employment equity, those I've stuck to. The role of stakeholder in bridging the data gap. I don't know how we overemphasize this point. It came across through any. Various data exist in government, in NGOs, international agencies, local government. As long as we do not have a collaborative platform, we're probably going to continue with the same approach of thinking about the data gap, where we are not able to ensure that all voices are heard and represented in decision making because of the scatteredness of the data that we have. And one presentation was talking to what are the considerations for achieving equality, and it says perhaps for achieving gender equalities we require strong political will, and I know it's said in many platforms, investment in data collection and multi-stakeholder collaboration. I just wanted to sum up maybe broadly what have been for me the key findings over and above what I have said. For me, what came through as the main issues was data gaps and outdated information, lack of intersectional and disaggregated data, incompatible or systems that are not interoperability, they do not have the interoperabilities in terms of data systems, the underutilization of existing data resources, the lack of data to support international reporting, insufficient budget for gender data initiatives. And further to that was, on the positive side, we have seen that there's availability of data, and how do we look at that? One of our strengths being that we look at the available data and value that available data and make sure that we create a gender-related data set for whatever that is available in place. So moving into one of the key responsibility that I was given is to look at all these discussions, what our policy inclusion or consideration, because we said we're going to have a policy dialogue on data for gender equality. And one of the rationale was that we wanted to inform the process of our national gender policy framework that is currently being reviewed. And the key policy positions that came through even with the reflection session in the morning, it talked to the need to indeed develop a national gender data policy framework. Whether we do a separate or we inform the one that we are working on, I think that decision can be made, but a collective agreement is that that needs to be in place. Establish data forums as a collaborative platform to engage and share our knowledge. Standardize data collection and management systems. Enhance data disaggregation and intersectionality. Update and maintain current data repositories. Increase awareness and accessibility of existing data, secure adequate funding for gender data initiatives, strengthen capacity building and training, improve data for international reporting, and foster partnership and collaboration. I just elevated this point as our policy inputs, and just maybe to go into additionally what maybe a segmentation of those points can mean. Please guide me, Program Director, in terms of time. Okay. So on the first one that talks to the consideration of developing a national gender policy framework, an action that can be taken is to make sure that we formulate a comprehensive policy that will focus on systematic collection, management, dissemination of gender disaggregated data. And why we need to do this is to facilitate for standardization of gender data approaches, also make sure that there's alignment with national policies and international obligation. And what we can then elevate to policy is to integrate framework into existing national policy and gender equality. The next point was on establishing data forums, and this would mean that we need to institutionalize regular data forum. This will include all our key stakeholders, to mention a few: agencies, civil society, academic, research institution, private sector, as well as government. And if I've forgotten some, we can add. And I think also it's important, Program Director, to just note that I'm elevating what we've picked up during the 2 days, and colleagues should also assist us to really add if we might have missed some of the key pointers in terms of what needs to be considered for policy inclusion. And an input into policy will include provision in policy to mandate creation and support the existence of such a structure. The next point was on standardizing data collection and management system, and an action will be to implement a standardized protocol and interoperable systems. And we need to acknowledge that there are already existing standards. How do we elevate those standards to take into consideration the discussion that happens today, looking at data collection, data planning, storages and sharing? And what we would want to elevate through policy is update the national data policy to require adherence to these particular standards. I know Stats SA has their own difficulties with making sure that there's adherence to already existing standards. And when we put standards in place, what will be the appetite to adhere to those standards to make sure that there's data accuracy in terms of the data put forward? The next point is, okay, I think that is about update and maintain current data repository. So what we will need to do is to allocate resources for regular data set updates, establish mechanism for continuous data collection, and this really requires that there is a position probably at the policy level to look at budgetary provision and institutional responsibilities within the policies around these data repositories. The element around increasing awareness and access of existing data, this speaks to the development of a centralized database and online platform. And through policy, we want to incorporate open data principles while ensuring ethics and data privacy. And this speaks to some of the points that Mr. Leonard Nkuna spoke to in terms of his presentation. Securing adequate funding for gender data. It is important that there's actions that we need to take is to advocate for increased budget allocation dedicated to data collection, analysis, and capacity buildings, or skills as it was referred to, and perhaps to even move out of the public service to look at where we can raise data. But for a policy input, include specific funding commitments in the national budget and financial plans. In terms of strengthening capacity building and training, what we need to do is to invest in training programs that relates to the conversation we had for data collectors, analysts, and policymakers as they relate to gender, And what we're putting forward for policy input is that there need to be a mandate on capacity building initiative within institutional policy and allocate appropriate resources. And the last point, second last point is on improved data for international reporting, where we need to really elevate the alignment of our current national data with the international indicators, and make sure in terms of policy, we update policy to reflect international indicators and standards, ensure that national data systems support this requirement. And the last point being fostering partnership and collaboration. We need to take an action to encourage and formalize partnership between all the entities, government, NGO, research, international organization, and others. And a policy input there being to include clauses in the policy to facilitate partnership, provide framework for collaborative and resource sharing within the policy system. Program director, that's what from my end I've captured from the 2 days of the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well summarized, and I think everyone will agree with me. I don't like that statement. It's common in meetings. So everyone will agree with me. But at least you're familiar with it. But I think in this case, you'll understand. Everyone will agree with me that it's really well captured and well represented. So really on that note, I will invite Dr. Bernice Tlhagala to do the closing remarks, after which I will not come back. So she will indeed be the last speaker. The only mitigating factor is that she is online. So technically there should still be somebody who comes to then tell us where to go. I don't know then between Memako, you will have to then come to tell logistics and all of that. But after the closing, I don't have to come back, except to also express my gratitude to facilitating this hybrid session. And firstly, it's forgiveness for if anyone got somehow disrupted or affected by how we manage the flow, especially for those who are online, because sometimes we can't necessarily see you and you can't necessarily see your struggles there of connecting or trying to raise your hand without being successful. And yeah, but I think I'm very much happy with the participation displayed by both the physical participants and those online, and yeah, those who presented and so on. Just to also acknowledge the value of dialogue that is beginning to infuse the academic space, especially in the field I'm involved with, in social sciences and humanities. It's a revival, basically. It's a new 10, dialogue 10 or dialogic 10, which basically implies in the philosophical outlook on how we look at reality. That's ontological questions, if I can use a technical word. It's beginning to ask those questions of viewing reality in a dialogic way, how different subjectivities intersect and how they talk to each other, moving from being, the nature of reality as it exists, to issues of becoming as the things evolve. And you'll appreciate that systems approach have long been there as well, but there is a revival at the methodological level as well to bring those types of approaches of let's talk dialogue, let's talk appreciative inquiry, appreciate what you have, the data that you already have, but not just appreciate the positive, even the negative, or complexity as it were, and what it tells you about what needs to be done to address what would be called wicked problems of our time, as represented, for example, in the SDGs and local development goals, in the NDPs, IDPs, and so on and so forth. So I think lessons learned from me, where I stand, really this is a very important conversation that mustn't end, as Memako has summarized, that there needs to be further data forums where these dialogues proceed, and most importantly, action at the level of policies being changed, the reforms being enacted, and specific protocols and tools being used to facilitate these conversations. Bottom-up, top-down dialogue is basically at a horizontal level, appreciating equality and opening the spaces for everyone to have an equal voice. And I think knowing how DWP works, it has been a champion of equality, at least at the level of government, mobilizing society to be conscious of being inclusive of marginalized voices and groups as well. And yeah, so we appreciate your leadership in that space. So on that note, colleagues, again, you were such a very nice audience to manage. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Benis Tlhagala, to do your closing remarks and vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator of the program. Colleagues, good afternoon again. Mine is a very simple task of just closing this important platform, policy dialogue, which happened over the past 2 days. Colleagues, I think we are all enriched with the key learnings and takeaways from the dialogue. And, you know, there are concerns which have been raised, but then there are also opportunities which we must all seize in order to advance the discussions which happened during the dialogue. Let me just start off. I'm not going to be able to name each and every individual, but then I will just try my best to cluster all of you. And let me just start off by thanking our political principal, the Deputy Minister, who actually opened the dialogue yesterday for us, but then she was able to raise key important issues. And then let me thank all participants. You were very great. I had an opportunity to come physically. So, you know, physical participants were very good. You know, they raised issues, and, you know, online participants raised issues as well. They even, you know, typed on the chat. So, you know, thank you for your invaluable contribution, which you have actually made. But then let me thank also all our speakers. And, you know, our speakers were actually very great. Each one of them contributed a lot to enriching us. And I thank the internal speakers from our Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, speakers from our sister government departments, civil society organizations, also from the private sector. You did actually a sterling job. But then let me also extend a warm, you know, a word of gratitude to all our speakers, you know, from our neighboring, you know, countries. You know, you really, you know, contributed this dialogue. And I must say that, you know, the diversity of speakers was really very good, because we had government departments, we had institutions of higher learning, we had research institutions, we had statistical service institutions, we had the private sector, civil society sector. We also had, you know, development partners who were in attendance. And let me thank also, you know, our ambassadors who also graced, you know, this event. And then finally, let me take the opportunity to thank our moderators, Stanley, as well as our DG. You know, you were great in moderating, you know, the program. Thank you very much for the sterling work. You know, most of the time you also made input, synthesized, you know, what other speakers were actually saying, you know, thus assisting all participants to have a clear understanding and to keep abreast with the discussions. And I would like to thank the organizing team under the captainship of Ms. Dineo Mago. If it were not, you know, for you, we wouldn't actually have had this very good, dialogue. Thank you very much for organizing this important dialogue. I hope we will be able to use this information to our advantage. And then finally, let me say that the common message from all the speakers is that data is very critical. So we need to make sure that we actually utilize it for our planning as well as decision-making purposes. Moderator of the program, I'm going to hand over back to you so that you can probably have the announcement for all the participants who are attending, particularly physically. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Mine is easy. Just to announce the lunch is at the Maquis where we were yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to also acknowledge our sponsors that made this session very important. Dr. B, my apology. The EU, they are partnered with us in this Gender Equality and Women Empowerment Program together with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, as well as Social Development. Thank you very much. Colleagues, this is it from me. You have the blessed travels, and thank you very much for joining us. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you. And online colleagues as well, a blessed afternoon to yourselves, and thank you very much for joining us.